This Parliament is back in session. Please be seated.
Government business. Debate on the throne speech. Commencement of the debate on the throne speech delivered by Her Excellency the Governor, Mrs. Jean Owen, on Friday, the 19th of June, 2026.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glad I was in my seat. I thought the Premier would have spoken before me, but anyway, here we go. Mr. Speaker, it won't be too long, but I felt compelled to respond to the throne speech delivered by Her Excellency on Friday. But first, I want to take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency for her address and for her continued service to these islands. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the official opposition to acknowledge the many public servants, teachers, healthcare workers, uniformed officers, community leaders, volunteers, and everyday Caymanians who work hard, whose hard work continues to make these islands one of the most successful and the safest country in the region. Mr. Speaker, there was much in the throne speech that deserves recognition. We heard of a strong economy. We heard of record tourism numbers. We heard of continued growth in our financial services sector. And we heard of investments in education, healthcare, technology, public safety, and environmental protection. Mr. Speaker, these are all positive developments, and they should be acknowledged. But Mr. Speaker, as I listened carefully to that throne speech, I found myself returning again and again to one simple question, Mr. Speaker. And that question is, how is the average Caymanian doing? Because ultimately, Mr. Speaker, that is the question that matters. Not simply how is government doing, or how is the economy doing. Not how many initiatives are announced, or how many reports published, but how are our people doing? My question, Mr. Speaker, is how is a young Caymanian trying to save for a deposit on their first home? How is he doing or she doing? How is a parent struggling to balance the cost of groceries, rent, insurance, and childcare? Or, Mr. Speaker, how is a retiree living on a fixed income of what I would consider an inadequate pension? How is a small business owner who's trying to keep the doors open while costs continue to rise? Mr. Speaker, over the past several months, my colleagues and I have traveled throughout these islands as part of our listening tour, our latest being in West Bay last Thursday. We have met with Caymanians from all walks of life. We've also sat in living rooms, community centers, and we've met with seniors, young people, business owners, civil servants, church leaders, parents, and workers. And Mr. Speaker, while every person's story is unique, the concerns that we heard were remarkably consistent. People are worried about the cost of living. People are worried about affordability. People are worried, Mr. Speaker, about health care. They're worried about traffic congestion. People are worried about whether their children will have the same opportunity that they once enjoyed. And perhaps most importantly, Mr. Speaker, people are asking whether the success of this country is still translating into success for ordinary Caymanian families. Mr. Speaker, throughout the throne speech, we heard much about growth. But growth alone cannot be the measure of success. For many Caymanians, the economy may be growing, but life is simply becoming more expensive. Government revenues may be increasing, but, Mr. Speaker, household budgets remain under pressure. Tourism may be breaking records, but many families still wonder whether they will ever be able to afford a home of their own. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that government prosperity and the people's prosperity are not always the same thing. The true measure of success is not how much government collects, but the true measure of success is whether Caymanian families are getting ahead. Because, Mr. Speaker, every dollar of government revenue comes from somewhere, comes from a worker, comes from a family, comes from a homeowner, comes from a small business. Mr. Speaker, it comes from the people of these islands. And so, Mr. Speaker, when government celebrates record revenues, it must also ask whether the people generating those revenues are feeling the benefits. Mr. Speaker, one of the strongest messages we heard during our listening tour was that people are tired of hearing about problems. They want solutions. Mr. Speaker, they're tired of hearing about consultations. They want implementation. They're tired of hearing about reviews. They want results. They don't want to hear about plans. They want progress. And Mr. Speaker, 1 year into its term, government can no longer be judged solely on its intentions. It must now be judged on its outcomes. The first year was for planning. The second year, Mr. Speaker, must be for delivery. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised more than anything during our listening tour has been housing. Not a housing policy, not a housing framework, but housing. Mr. Speaker, simply the ability to purchase a home. The ability to remain in the communities where families have lived for generations. The ability for young Caymanians to build a future in a country that they love. Again, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country do not need another discussion about the housing crisis. They need homes. They need affordability. They need measured targets. And they need visible and tangible results. Mr. Speaker, the same is true of traffic congestion. Every day, thousands of Caymanians lose valuable time sitting in traffic. Time that could be spent with family. Time that could be spent at home. Time that could be spent productively. As my old friend who's not here with us today from Bordentown East would say, 1 more hour. Mr. Speaker, the public has heard discussions about public transport and about traffic solutions for years. They are now looking for meaningful improvements that they can see and feel in their daily lives. Mr. Speaker, the same applies to waste management. The people who live near the landfill, from Courts Road to Lawrence Boulevard and in between, are tired of studies, tired of reports, tired of promises. They want confidence that a permanent solution is being delivered. They want confidence that the health and well-being of their communities is being protected. Mr. Speaker, the message we kept hearing is fix the dump. Mr. Speaker, another theme we heard repeatedly during our listening tour was concerns for small businesses. And yet, Mr. Speaker, small businesses received very little attention in the throne speech. And the Minister for Small Businesses is Honorable Premier himself, and we have not heard anything about small businesses. Small businesses, Mr. Speaker, is not simply a part of our economy. They are the backbone of our economy. They create jobs. They train Caymanians. They support charities. They sponsor sports teams. They invest in our communities. Yet today, they face rising insurance costs, rising electricity costs, rising rents, rising government fees, and increasing regulatory pressures. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about protecting Caymanian opportunity, then we must be equally serious about supporting Caymanian enterprises. Mr. Speaker, perhaps what struck me the most during our listening tour was not frustration. It was concern. Concern that despite all of Cayman's successes, life feels increasingly difficult for many ordinary people. Concern, Mr. Speaker, that despite working hard and doing the right things, some families feel they are standing still. Concern, Mr. Speaker, that despite living in one of the most successful countries in the world, the dream of home ownership and financial security feels further away than it ever did. Mr. Speaker, this is not an argument against growth. We all want growth. We all want investment. We all want economic success. But, Mr. Speaker, economic success must have a purpose. Its purpose must be to improve lives of Caymanians. Its purpose must be to create opportunities for Caymanians. Its purpose must be to strengthen Caymanian families. Its purpose, Mr. Speaker, must be to preserve the Cayman Islands we all cherish. Mr. Speaker, as I bring my remarks to a close, I return once again to the question that has remained with me throughout this debate. How is the average Caymanian doing? Because that is a question by which this government will ultimately be judged. How is the average Caymanian doing? The government will not be judged by how many announcements were made, not how many consultations were held, not how many strategies were launched. Mr. Speaker, the government will be judged by whether the lives of ordinary Caymanians improved. Mr. Speaker, there is one thing our listening tour reinforced. It is that Caymanians have not lost hope. They still believe in this country. They still believe in hard work. They still believe in opportunity. They still believe that Cayman can remain one of the best places in the world to live, work, and raise a family. But, Mr. Speaker, they're asking something of us. They're asking us to protect what previous generations have built. They're asking us to ensure that success is shared. They're asking us, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that opportunity remains within reach. They're asking us, Mr. Speaker, to preserve the Caymanian dream. There was a time when that dream felt attainable for almost everyone. We told our kids, Mr. Speaker, and we were told, if you worked hard, acted responsibly, and contributed to your community, you could build a good life here. You could own a home, Mr. Speaker. You could raise a family. You could start your own business. Mr. Speaker, you could retire with dignity. And perhaps most importantly, Mr. Speaker, you believed that your children would enjoy even greater opportunities than we did. Mr. Speaker, today, many Caymanians worry that that dream is slipping further away. And our responsibility is to ensure that it does not. Our responsibility is not simply to manage the growth, Mr. Speaker. Our responsibility is to ensure that growth benefits our people. Our responsibility is not simply to prepare the future, Mr. Speaker, but our responsibility is to ensure that Caymanian families have a place in that future. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the end, our task is larger than budgets, policies, and politics. Our task is to preserve the Caymanian dream, to ensure that our children and grandchildren inherit a Cayman Islands where hard work is rewarded, opportunity is real, communities remain strong, and hope remains greater than doubt. That, Mr. Speaker, is the Cayman Islands worth fighting for. So I say to the government, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I ask them the question, how is the average Caymanian doing? How is the average Caymanian doing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Redby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Leader of the Opposition for those impassioned, passionate words. I do hope the government was listening to him. And I also want to thank Her Excellency the Governor for the delivery of the throne speech, and also for her recognition of the duty of the opposition to scrutinize the government policies placed before this House. The throne speech, Mr. Speaker, as is always the case, sets out the broad direction of the government that the government wishes to take over this parliamentary year. It is positive in tone and identified important themes: economic resilience, Caymanian employment, early childhood education, housing, traffic, health, environmental protection, public safety, and governance. And as always, Mr. Speaker, the throne speech is necessarily expressed at a high level by the governor. It notes intentions, evolving plans, consultations, matters still under consideration, and often matters that are as aspirational. But as the Leader of the Opposition just pointed out in his own way, families do not live on aspirations, Mr. Speaker. They live with the cost of food, rent, mortgages, traffic congestion that takes away time from their families, concerns about whether their children are receiving the support they need, and with worries about health care and the future of these islands. And as the Leader of the Opposition just mentioned, small business too, Mr. Speaker. are hurting and feeling the pinch. So as the Leader of the Opposition mentioned, a question is, how is the average Caymanian doing? But it is also, in my mind, not just a simple matter of whether the government has identified the right issues in the throne speech. The question is whether it will deliver meaningful and measurable progress for our people. The public will therefore look to the Premier and relevant ministers for clear plans. I certainly am hoping that they say something today, sir. Plans about what will be delivered, when it will happen, what resources will be required. Mr. Speaker, while the throne speech touched on issues such as early childhood education, workforce planning, housing, healthcare, digital transformation, it gave little detail on how those commitments will be delivered. Those details would normally be provided by government members opposite. More significantly, the throne speech did not clearly address a number of important commitments in the government's strategic policy statement, the things the government has committed to the country to get done, including expansion of the Lighthouse School, comprehensive waste management, stormwater management, health insurance costs, and elderly care. I certainly hope, Mr. Speaker, that these important items, though not mentioned in the throne speech, are certainly priorities for the government over this year. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to education. I welcome the fact that the throne speech recognized the importance of education and skills development in ensuring that our young people who finish high school, vocational training, or university are prepared for employment. I am pleased that the improved access to early years education through the Early Childhood Assistance Program, which helps to give our children a best start in life, has been achieved. That was a key thing I addressed last year, and I mentioned to the Minister that I was very happy that he has continued on the path of his interest and care for early childhood education. I acknowledge the hard work of teachers, principals, support staff, parents, students, education officers, and the many people who give their best every day in our schools and throughout our education system. As I just noted, the Minister would recall that early in my term, including during the SPS debate, I focused heavily on early childhood education. I did so because, like him, I firmly believe that if we want to improve outcomes later in life, we must invest early in life. The Office of Education Standards, Mr. Speaker, inspection reports show that there has been continuing progress in schools over the years, and that has continued over the past year, with several schools moving from satisfactory to good. That is welcome, and it demonstrates why independent inspections matter. But the purpose of inspection is not simply to produce reports. It is to improve outcomes for children. No public school receiving a full inspection was judged excellent, and that needs to change. Good is progress, but excellent must remain the ambition, and I do know the Minister shares that view. I know that, sir, because I heard him say it. I heard him say he wants every school to become excellent. I therefore look forward to hearing which schools are being prioritized for improvement, what support they will receive, and what timelines have been set. Mr. Speaker, the most serious warning that the Office of Education Standards reports, the report I'm referring to, sir, is the 2025 annual data analysis report. The most serious warning that report provided was regarding early childhood education. Too many inspected centers were judged satisfactory or weak, with more than half of the children attending those settings being judged as below the expected standard. The government, as I said, has improved the ECAP program, and I welcome that. But the key question remains. Are families able to find school places? Is assistance keeping pace with actual fees with the increasing cost of living that we're seeing? And is the application process accessible? And is public funding helping to improve quality in teaching as well as access to teaching spaces? In a response last year, the minister said to me, Mr. Speaker, that the waiting list was large to get access to these early childhood centers. I'm hoping that we'll be hearing a plan to get that addressed, to get more access. Because access without quality is not enough. The independent report prepared for the NPO, Literacy is for Everyone, or LIFE, the report was entitled From Play to Progress, Strengthening Early Childhood Education in the Cayman Islands, made an important point. Cayman depends heavily on private providers for early childhood education. That is not necessarily wrong, Mr. Speaker. We must encourage the private sector to do what they can. But when private centers deliver a service essential to our national future, the government must ensure that those centers are properly supported, properly monitored, affordable for families, and capable of improving. Mr. Speaker, as a country, Cayman already has many important elements of an early childhood framework in education. What we need now is a clear, funded, and time-bound implementation plan that brings all the elements together and allows Parliament and the public to measure progress. Such a plan should address access, affordability, quality, waiting lists, district capacity, workforce development, special education needs, and support for families. One of the things that LIFE report pointed out was the inadequacy of access to early childhood education depending on what district you lived in. That needs to be solved. The report I mentioned earlier should include, the plan I mentioned earlier should include a focused strategy to train and retrain more Caymanian early childhood educators, provide appropriate support for SEN coordinators in early childhood settings, and ensure that children with developmental difficulties are identified early, assessed promptly, and given the help they need before manageable challenges become lifelong barriers. Mr. Speaker, early intervention works best when the intervention is actually early. I repeat, early intervention works best when that intervention is actually early. Mr. Speaker, inclusion must also be a central part of our education agenda. While the throne speech addresses education and early childhood development in general terms, it does not mention support for some of our most vulnerable students. However, the government's SPS makes commitments to expand the Lighthouse School and to establish multidisciplinary school-based support teams for vulnerable students. I sincerely hope these are part of the government's priorities. They were not mentioned in the SPS. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I'll get a sip of water. I asked the government to provide a report on progress on these issues, including the proposed expansion of the Lighthouse School since the budget was passed. Mr. Speaker, I will add that I am very happy that the Lighthouse School was judged as a good school, and that is a credit to the work of educators, its staff, student, family, and also, I believe, the work of all of us in here. I thank the educators and the school for their efforts. Looking next door at Red Bay Primary, There's a clear need for a dedicated support space for children with special education needs, Mr. Speaker. I first mentioned this in my SPS debate, last year. I also recently wrote to the Minister for Education on this, and he has committed to considering a solution and to keeping me updated. I sincerely thank him for that. I look forward to that update. Mr. Speaker, education must also prepare Caymanians for work. That's why SciFec is so important. The SciFec 2025 OES inspection report was encouraging. SciFec was moved from satisfactory to good. And I have to say, having visited the school, they have a good team there. They are providing young people with vocational pathways, work placements, and practical opportunities connected to employment. They have developed valuable partnerships, Mr. Speaker, with employers and demonstrate what education to employment can actually look like. I take my hat off to them. They do good work. But, Mr. Speaker, before I move on, I want to just say that I congratulate fully the leadership team, the teachers, staff, students, and the business partners that work with them year after year to take students in. We need more business like that, and government also needs to be doing more. The OES report, though, sir, makes it clear that there are challenges there, that important, practical, properly equipped facilities still need attention. I mentioned this during my SPS debate as well, sir. Construction, electrical, and motor vehicle training classrooms do not have the facilities they need. The facilities are shared with the school next door. And these cannot be treated as secondary matters. Students cannot be prepared for the trades of tomorrow in incomplete workshops or temporary arrangements. I raised this concern, as I mentioned, during my SPS debate, when I highlighted that young people pursuing vocational trades should not be expected to learn effectively without the equipment and materials they need. The government should prioritize the completion of adequately, properly equipped workshops at the SciFec campus this year. Mr. Speaker, I also repeat the concern I raised during the SPS debate about children whose first language is not English. I gather that more and more students are entering our school system with English as an additional language. Too often, not well spoken or understood in written form. That is not a reflection of their ability or their potential. But, Mr. Speaker, unless they receive the right support, language barriers can affect literacy, examinations, scholarship, employment, and their ability to fully participate in a Caymanian society. So the government should publish a clear plan for students whose first language is not English, including specialist support, teacher training, and early intervention. Mr. Speaker, our children are entering a world that is being reshaped, as we all know, by artificial intelligence, automation, data, cybersecurity, and new technologies. Caymanian students must not only become users of imported technology, they must become creators, innovators, coders, analysts, entrepreneurs, and leaders in the field. The throne speech speaks about innovation and digitization. I welcome that, sir. But we now need to know where coding, digital literacy, data science, and awareness of AI, artificial intelligence, will sit in our schools' curriculum. How will teachers be trained? How will schools be equipped? How will we ensure that Caymanian children today are ready for the jobs of the future? But not only to be ready to find those jobs, but to help create them. Mr. Speaker, education can also not be separated from health and well-being. A child who is anxious, depressed, hungry, unsafe, traumatized, or unsupported cannot learn at his or her full potential. And I would add, Mr. Speaker, that I was very happy to second the motion by my colleague with regards to for the government to consider a ban on social media for children under the age of 16. Social media, it is becoming appreciated increasingly across the world. It's an issue that impacts the mental health of young children. I look forward to that being advanced, and I was very happy, sir, that the UK is also on board, because we will, I think, need to hitch our wagon to theirs for us to get the success that we need to get on this topic. The throne speech, Mr. Speaker, refers to expanded youth mental health services and to the development of the Poinciana Rehabilitation Center. I welcome those commitments. The throne speech did not mention it, as far as I can recall. But as we heard this morning, the facility continues to struggle, and to struggle with only, I understood, 50% of the staff it needed to do the job it needs to do. And I know the minister cares about this. I'm certain that she was going to be doing her very best to fix that. I know she is, like me, is not satisfied with that situation. So I look forward to hearing in the future about how that will be solved. Mr. Speaker, we also need the full continuum of care for our young people. We need prevention. We need more school-based support. We need timely outpatient counseling, crisis intervention. We need adequate inpatient care when it is necessary. We need support for families, and we need proper follow-up when a child returns home or returns to school. No young person, Mr. Speaker, should have to reach the point of crisis before help becomes available. I will return, sir, to something I mentioned previously and thank the individuals in the Ministry of Education who assisted me, and to thank the Minister of Health again for the assistance provided to a Caymanian child and the parents when that child was having severe mental health challenges. The families were looking to see what, and by severe, they were extremely severe. The family was looking to see what could be done locally, but ended up having to seek assistance overseas. And I do hope we can solve that so that these situations can be handled at home. So the government really, sir, should provide a clear update on the operational status and capacity of adolescent mental health services, the timetable for any permanent youth facility, because they are needed, and the commencement of what I understood was to be a proposed mobile crisis intervention team. Schools, Mr. Speaker, play an important role, and school counselors are often among the first people a child may turn to. But schools cannot substitute for a national youth mental health system. And I do know that the minister believes this as well. Mr. Speaker, the needs I have described today, quality early education, support for vulnerable children, stronger vocational pathways, and proper youth mental health services are not beyond our reach. But they require the government to set clear priorities and make choices, publish its plans, and follow through on its commitments. The people of Cayman deserve to see, by the time the next throne speech is delivered, real evidence of that progress, Mr. Speaker, such as more children receiving quality early education, fewer families waiting for support, clear improved plans for schools that need help to improve, dedicated space and support for children with special education needs, completed and adequately equipped SciFEC workshops, and stronger pathways into work, and a functioning youth mental health continuum. And as the Leader of the Opposition was addressing, sir, we also need to see a stronger, fairer Cayman in which economic success is felt by ordinary citizens. Mr. Speaker, these national priorities must be reflected in the daily experience of every one of our communities. And I want to bring that comment closer to home in my Red Bay constituency, Mr. Speaker. The commitments outlined in the throne speech, better infrastructure, safer roads, environmental protection, stronger communities, public safety, health, well-being, and the preservation of Caymanian culture must be felt in our constituencies. In Red Bay, they must translate into practical improvements that residents can see and use. Since being elected, I have worked steadily on the commitments I made to the people of Red Bay while seeking to work constructively with ministers, the National Roads Authority, the RCIPS, and others where that help can bring real benefits to our community. On traffic, roads, traffic and safety, I am pleased that the paving and improvements of the much-needed Bimini-Selkirk Drive connector have been completed. I thank the minister. He gave me his commitment in this parliament that it would be done, and it was done. Thank you, sir. You might have given it to somebody else, but you made it happen out of me. Thank you. Residents had anticipated that connector road would have been completed for many years, sir, as it provides important additional access routes within the constituency. I'm also grateful that the much-needed traffic calming speed tables on Selkirk Drive have been completed. Residents had raised concerns about speeding, and the RCIPS had confirmed the need for those speed bumps. And again, I thank the NRA and I thank the minister. Another commitment he made to me in this parliament. I look forward to similar works at locations identified on Marina Drive, as well as safety improvements at the entry of and exit of Selkirk Drive onto Shamrock. There's more that needs to be done. I look forward to paving works on Prospect Drive, Holly Drive, and adjoining roads, as well as attention to the other roads in the constituency that are in particular poor repair. I also look forward to the promised signage in areas where children play, and to traffic lane improvements that will make it easier for motorists exiting roads from Marina Drive down through Admirals Avenue onto Shamrock during the morning peak hours. Mr. Speaker, good infrastructure is not only the roads we drive, it is also the drainage and wastewater systems that protect homes, public health, and the marine environment. In Red Bay, drainage is a continuing challenge, especially during heavy rainy seasons, but it's not always easily solved simply by adding another drain or deep well. In some areas, particularly during those during periods of very high tides, groundwater conditions can reduce the effectiveness of deep wells, as we all know, and cause water to back up through that drainage system, often worsening the problem. That is why regular clearing, inspection, and monitoring of drains and wells is so important, especially before and during periods of heavy rainfall. Blockages, poor maintenance, and emergency problems should be identified early, while the government continues to assess practical long-term solutions suited to the conditions in the area. Again, I thank the minister responsible and the National Roads Authority for their assistance on these matters and the many things they've worked on to help me solve, and the things that I continue to work on to help me resolve in my constituency. Thank you again. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech rightly speaks about public safety. Community safety remains a priority for me, and I will continue to advocate for visible, responsive community policing in Red Bay and closer engagement between residents and the RCIPS. I have a very good working relationship with my community officer and with the RCIPS. But community policing is not only about responding after a crime has occurred. It is also about preventing crime, addressing dangerous driving, building trust, and ensuring that residents know where to turn when concerns arise. And Mr. Speaker, the throne speech also speaks to health, well-being, and the importance of sports. I'm therefore pleased that improvements to the Eddie Sanchez Community Park have been agreed. And I thank the Minister of Sports and Culture for working with me on this important community facility. As he said to me, this is our Caymanian people and our Caymanian children, and we need to have the facilities they need, and I thank him for that. Work on a basketball and pickleball court is expected to commence in July and be completed in September. Improved signage is also planned for the park. Future phases, as indicated to me, are intended to include landscaping enhancements, restroom facilities, site-wide lighting, and additional shaded areas throughout the park. I don't have a time frame yet on those, but the commitments have been made, and I have no doubt that they will be kept. And so as plans emerge and timelines emerge for those, I will keep my constituents updated. I thank the Minister of Sports and Culture for also committing to work with the Cayman Islands Sailing Club, another commitment made in this Parliament that's being kept. The Minister of Sports Culture for committing to work with the Cayman Islands Sailing Club to restore assistance for the National Youth Sailing Program in public schools. It was a shame when that program was, the funding for that had been ceased, but it will hopefully be put in place. Sailing is an important part of Caymanian culture and heritage, and we must ensure that this tradition does not fade. A meeting is scheduled for later this month. Actually, it's scheduled for Monday. I've just reconfirmed that that is happening. With representatives of the Sailing Club, the Minister of Sports and Culture, and the Deputy Premier. I am hopeful that the conversations will lead thereafter to an agreement to move forward with the youth sailing program. I thank again both the Minister and the Deputy Premier for facilitating the meeting, and I look forward to some additional progress being made in this regard, Mr. Speaker. Before I sit, Mr. Speaker, I also wish to place on record my thanks to Mise en Place & Co., led by Mr. Sean Collins, for the generous donation of new playground equipment for Red Bay Primary School. This gift came from a conversation I had with Sean after he mentioned that he wanted to be able to assist students within the community. I'm grateful that he turned that intention into a practical investment which will give our children a safe and more enjoyable place, space to play, develop, and thrive. And I thank too, sir, the Minister of Education who signed off on those plans. Mr. Speaker, the matters I've raised today are not abstract issues for the people of Red Bay. They're about whether children receive the support they need at school, whether families can travel safely and properly maintain roads, whether homes are better protected when heavy rains fall, whether residents can rely on responsive policing, families have safe, quality open spaces in which to come together, and whether our young people can inherit and carry forward Cayman's seafaring traditions. In this Parliament, over the past year, I have supported motions and asked many questions on matters that have benefited the people of Red Bay and the wider Cayman Islands. I will continue to pursue the commitments I made to my constituents, to work constructively with government and public bodies where progress can be achieved, and press for action where more needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, that is a responsibility the people of Red Bay entrusted to me, to listen, to act, to work with others where progress is possible, and to keep pressing on their behalf for results. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Deputy Leader of the Opposition and member for Georgetown Central.
I don't want that one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to deliver my response to the throne speech delivered in this honorable House on Friday, the 19th of June this year. Before I delve into the substance of the text, Mr. Speaker, it is critical that we first clear away the political fog surrounding the nature of this address. We must recognize that while the throne speech is traditionally and graciously delivered by Her Excellency, the Governor, as His Majesty's representative, it is fundamentally a document authored, approved, and handed to Her Excellency by the Executive. If otherwise facts arise, it would be good to declare it to the opposition. It is a declaration of policies, philosophy, and the legislative agenda of the Premier and the National Coalition for Cayman Islands. This parliamentary convention places the opposition in a unique and delicate position, Mr. Speaker. We hold the deepest respect and most unwavering respect for Her Excellency, who continues to amplify and grace us with dignity and honor and modesty and resolve in her service to these islands. Yet our sacred constitutional duty to the Caymanian people compels us to fiercely debate, ruthlessly analyze, and thoroughly challenge the merits of the very words she was given or approved to read. To ensure proper democratic accountability, this response will treat these policies as what they truly are: the unchecked version of the Premier and his cabinet and his supporting members. Mr. Speaker, like my honorable leader said, it'd be great if the government stood up and delivered their position first. But we know, Mr. Speaker, they always hide to the last. Let us be frank, Mr. Speaker. It is the Premier who should be standing at the podium presenting this agenda directly to the public if he truly believes it. Everyone in government ranks is trying to pretend that everything is all right. But, Mr. Speaker, it isn't. We are listening to a government less than 14 months into office that has already run out of ideas and run out of road. So, Mr. Speaker, how did we get here? It comes back to the fundamental truth. Winning an election is easy, but governing a country is harder. This coalition came into office with no unified plan. They did not understand the difference between making flashy promises on the campaign trail and executing a complex business of governing a country. And they made commitments without bothering to think about how they were going to deliver a single one of them. So, Mr. Speaker, let's get to the core of the throne speech. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, it was a tone-deaf narrative of false reality. Mr. Speaker, the entire spirit of the 2026 throne speech can be wrapped up in a single devastating phrase: a false reality. The text presents a glowing, self-congratulatory overview of macroeconomic indicators, record tourism arrivals, and international credit ratings. It is a speech written for an imaginary Cayman Islands, completely detached from the actual room that it was read in. This government is fundamentally failing to read the room, Mr. Speaker, and the public can tell exactly how disconnected this administration has become from their communities. While the Premier celebrates Moody's reaffirming our credit rating of AA3, families in Georgetown Central and across these three Cayman Islands are drowning under the crushing weight of an unaddressed cost of living crisis. soaring housing costs, and suffocating traffic congestion every single day, even on the weekends. You're lucky if you get to church without traffic. How absurd is it that we spent an hour listening to the speech telling us what a fantastic job this government is doing, while the daily quality of life of our ordinary Caymanians are systematically being diminished. The Premier and his team congratulates themselves on completing a one-year milestone. But I ask, Mr. Speaker, I ask this House, what milestone are you celebrating? Is it the fact that the coalition managed to survive 12 months and keep their fragile government together against all odds? The public certainly does not feel like they are in a better place today than they were when the government took office. If you ask the average working class person on the street, they will tell you plain and clear, they're not better off. So, Mr. Speaker, let's turn to the shiny house with the empty pantry. To fully understand the strategy of this government's approach, we must look at their misplaced focus on issues that fall lower on the priority list for many Caymanians while ignoring their suffering. Mr. Speaker, I do think that this government can use a good lesson in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs strategy. Imagine a man who lives in a home where a roof is leaking, the electricity is off, and his children have absolutely no food in the fridge. And instead of buying groceries and paying the utility bills or patching up that leak, this man takes his family's very last dollar and spends it on a brand new luxury paved driveway and a coat of expensive paint for the front door. When his hungry children look up at him and ask, "Daddy, where's the food on the table?" he points out the window and says, "Look at that smooth asphalt paving driveway. Look at the beautiful house that our laborers can look at." Mr. Speaker, that's the NCFC government. They're obsessed with driveways and paint. They pour hundreds of millions of dollars into massive infrastructure projects, system upgrades, and endless consultancy reports, while the people inside the house are starving under the weight of out-of-control cost of living, Mr. Speaker. A smooth road does not feed a family in Georgetown Central. A consultant report does not lower the fuel bill, or the water bill, or the utility bill, or the cost of food and groceries. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is important, but it must serve the people and not bankrupt them. To fund this obsession with expansion, the government continues to squeeze our citizens and the local business community, making money off the struggles of Caymanians while offering zero structural relief. They tell us they need the money, said the Minister of Finance, for projects, entirely blind to the fact that their priorities are completely backwards. Mr. Speaker, I think it's time for us to deconstruct the government's wins, as they call it in the throne speech. Let us really examine the specific areas where the government claims historic success and contrast their lofty rhetoric with the stark realities on the ground and in the Cayman community. Number one, Mr. Speaker, the financial illiteracy of the strategic policy statement. The incompetence of this administration was in full display from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker. The absolute first job that they had to do as a government was to present an SPS, a strategic policy statement, within 3 months of winning the election. Every government before that did it. They were so utterly ill-prepared, so completely out of their depth, despite claiming that they had all the answers on the campaign trail, that they had to come to this parliament and change the laws of this country just to give themselves more time to get it done. And what did the delay of their financial strategy deliver, Mr. Speaker? Record borrowing, an unprecedented historical debt balance. This government's forecast for new borrowing up to $321 million over the 3-year SPS period. With reckless financial management, will push the core of government's debt balance to a staggering $654 million in debt by 2028. A historical debt level never seen before in the Cayman Islands. Worse yet, Mr. Speaker, when the government brought this massive high debt budget to the floor, all but one minister, which he must be given credit to, and that's the good minister from Cayman Brac, refused to debate. They took hundreds of millions of dollars of the taxpayers' money allocated to their respective ministries and all sat down in absolute silence, refusing to offer a single word to the public explanation of how they intend to spend it. This is exactly the opposite of transparency that the good Premier promised on his first day of swearing in to the people of this country. In less than 6 months, they were back on their own words. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, immigration and the workforce crisis. The throne speech lauded the Cayman Protection Act and the National Workforce as a landmark achievement that managed population growth and promote opportunity. But let us read the room, Mr. Speaker. The people are not feeling or seeing what the supposed benefits that they were told going to be. The public was sold that a narrative of more jobs for Caymanians, but nothing has changed. They were promised quicker processing timelines for immigration applications, but the backlogs have worsened. Instead, what has the government's rapid, uncontrolled, and uncoordinated reform actually achieved? It has driven up the cost of labor. It has buried local entrepreneurs and enterprises under mountains of red tape. Small businesses are under intense pressure, and our working and middle classes are shrinking day by day because of the short-sighted actions of this administration. Mr. Speaker, worst of all, they have divided this country, introducing an unhealthy us versus them tone that is fracturing our community. Or should I say, Mr. Speaker, fractured our community. Number 3, the tourism illusion. The speech boasts of record growth in tourism arrivals for the first quarter of 2026 under the current leadership. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, I thank the governor for highlighting the fruits of past laborers. The policy decisions and marketing strategies that drove those record-breaking numbers were put in place long before the coalition took office. Now, please allow me to thank the hard-working Department of Tourism Director and her staff and the stakeholders within the industry of the Cayman Islands for their continued commitment to this vital industry. And it was truly an honor to work with them over the last 4 years to bring tourism from nil in COVID times to the amazing numbers that we've seen over the past high season. Because you can't make tourism decisions in 6 months to get the numbers you have today. Those hard-working decisions were made well over a year ago, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, the rebranded housing policy. The government proudly claims authorship of the new housing policy as an important commitment to making home ownership accessible. Let the record reflect the truth, Mr. Speaker. This document, was heavily developed under the previous administration by many of the members who were part of the coalition, I dare say, and it was left waiting for release, or should I say, pressured to release. And this coalition picked it up, slapped their name on it, and rebranded it. And the current minister should be given credit for the work, not with this administration, but in the last administration. Nearly 80% of that milestone achievements celebrated in that speech were already in transition before the coalition was even formed. Furthermore, a policy document is not a house. The people need action, not ink and paper. Where are the 3,000 homes that that document admits are urgently needed? What are the construction timelines? What will be the actual cost to a Caymanian family for those homes? And where is the budget for it? You realize, Mr. Speaker, that the report came out after the budget was already agreed to? A piece of paper, Mr. Speaker, will not put a roof over the heads of a Caymanian family. A Cayman family that have been priced out of the housing market of their homeland. Mr. Speaker, to borrow the words of the movie in Jerry Maguire, show me the money. I don't want to see no more reports. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, the misplaced celebration in the criminal justice system. The Premier chose to celebrate the fact that over the past 18 months, 28 dangerous offenders were sentenced to a combined total of 400 years in prison. Mr. Speaker, 400 years of collective prison time is a tragedy and a massive societal failure, not a metric of triumph. We shouldn't be celebrating that, Mr. Speaker. At a cost of nearly $75,000 per year to house a single inmate in Northwood, those 400 years represent $30 million of financial obligation dumped on the backs of the Cayman taxpayers. And why is this government not focusing on the root causes of intervention? Statistics consistently show that over 65% of local property and violent crimes are driven by financial desperation and lack of economic mobility. If we spent just a fraction of that money creating genuine revenue and employment opportunities for high-risk individuals, we would see our crime rate plummet naturally. As I move on, Mr. Speaker, I want to explain the glaring omission and broken promises that were done in the throne speech. Mr. Speaker, the text in that address was remarkably silent on the massive structural crisis facing our islands. They want to bury the truth, but we will not let them, Mr. Speaker. So let us look at the facts of what was completely left out of the speech. Mr. Speaker, now for me, there was an obvious 7 things, glaring things, but I'm quite sure we can find a whole lot more, and you heard some of them from my good colleagues, the leader of opposition and the good member for Red Bay. But allow me to talk about the ones that I saw that were highly missing. For example, take a critical national issue like the Central Planning Authority versus the NCC regulatory conflict. And what was the government's response in the speech to that? Pure silence. But the reality on the ground is a complete internal gridlock between development and conservation, paralyzing the economic certainty of this country. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, the National Development Plan. What was the government's response, Mr. Speaker? Not even mentioned in the throne speech. And what is the reality on the ground? The 1997 plan remains ancient and unaltered, leading to unmanaged, chaotic growth in our country, and they admit it themselves. Let's look at another issue, Mr. Speaker. The National Public Transportation System. What was the government's response? Overlooked and barely even mentioned. What is the reality on the ground, you say, Mr. Speaker? Crushing daily traffic congestion that actively degrades the mental and physical quality of life of our citizens every single day. What about the East-West Arterial? What was said in the government's response? Completely ignored it. Didn't talk about it at all. Meanwhile, the reality on the ground is total gridlock for thousands of constituents in the Eastern Districts who commute and left waiting in frustration, trying to get to work every single day. Then we have the sargassum crisis, Mr. Speaker, right on time around hurricane season. The government's response completely omitted not a single word. Yet the reality on the ground is the toxic stench eroding our coastlines and ruining tourism product with zero deployment of local cleanup for labor. Let us talk about the Georgetown dump, Mr. Speaker. The government's response in the speech was just to kick the can down the road, while the reality on the ground is continuous fire hazards for the people who live close by and a total lack of comprehensive solid waste management solution. And finally, Mr. Speaker, let's look at their social assistance commitments. In the government's response, slashed and ignored. But the reality on the ground is reduced funding for financial assistance applicants while inflation continues to spiral completely out of control. What is far more telling than what is not included in the throne speech is what was deliberately left out, Mr. Speaker. The text was remarkably silent on the massive structural crisis facing our country. And Mr. Speaker, if we don't get a handle on those things now, I think the mess for us to clean up in 2029 may even be greater. But Mr. Speaker, while they did not deal with these things, there was a large component of trying to ignore or erase the opposition's engine of progress. What do I mean by that, Mr. Speaker? Let's look at it. Mr. Speaker, the government stood before us and delivered a throne speech that was remarkably silent on the true legislative engine of this honorable House. They tried to pretend as though the immense volume of work coming from this side simply didn't happen, attempting to shield the public from the reality of who is truly driving the parliamentary agenda. But Mr. Speaker, let me bring the memory of this honorable House back into sharp focus. Let me ensure that the listening audience and the wider public are made fully aware of the dedication, late hours and hard work of the official opposition and the independent colleagues who have been putting in the work for this parliament and on behalf of their constituents. While the government sat back, we have been working. And let the record speak for itself. Mr. Speaker, for the 2025-2026 parliamentary record, I'm going to read it out. In the previous legislative year, the opposition bench brought a total of 19 motions to the floor. To put that in perspective, the entire government apparatus, even with the support of their ministries, chief officers, legal drafters, and office staff, brought only 30 bills, and half of them were just minor amendments. I would say clearly about 5 of them were substantial bills. We forced the debate. We brought the ideas. We shaped the policy. Look at what we brought forward, Mr. Speaker, and look how the government had no choice but to accept our direction and contribution. Private members' motion number 1, decriminalizing speeding in a no-wake zone. Brought by us, supported and accepted by the government, yet they still haven't implemented it. Private members' motion number 4, national public safety for mask wearing. Brought by us, accepted by them, but left sitting unimplemented. Private members number 5, mandatory red line amending bills. An initiative from this side to bring transparency and modernization to our laws, accepted and approved by the government, but still lag with no implementation. Private member motion number 6, duty-free importation of recycling equipment, brought by us, accepted by this House to push environmental progress so that we do not continue to degrade our environment. Private members motion number 10, limiting social media for children under 16, an opposition initiative brought by the Deputy Speaker and member of the official opposition that the government eagerly chimed in to say, priding themselves on accepting, yet still we haven't heard anything since. Private members motion number 17, consolidation and protection of the Central Scranton Park, formally accepted by the government because they knew it was the right thing to do for the community and to protect that park for many generations to come. Private members motion number 18, temporarily reducing duty on importation of fuels. Real, tangible relief for consumers brought by the opposition, accepted and implemented by the government, even though every time they bring it up, they won't say that it was the opposition brought it. I give him credit. The good minister been a politician a lot longer. He don't know. But let the public know it was the opposition who brought it. Mr. Speaker, we didn't just fight for the sake of fighting. We cooperated when it was needed. And we showed maturity. Check this out, Mr. Speaker. We withdrew private members motion number 7 and number 8 regarding traditional district representation and advisory district councils because a government minister wanted the honor of bringing them forward, which we supported. The opposition worked collaborative to let him take the lead. When we asked for the economic impact assessment on the budget under private members motion number 9, we withdrew it only because the good Minister of Finance finally relented and produced the data through a parliamentary question brought to this honorable House by the good member of Red Bay. Out of 19 motions, Mr. Speaker, this administration only had the audacity to decline one. Wait till you hear which one it was. Private members motion number 2, our call for a year-round NICE program. They chose to say no to giving Caymanians critical, steady job opportunities today. Mr. Speaker, that seems to be a reoccurring trend, a sad one from this administration when it comes to the best interests of working Caymanians. But our work in that session didn't just stop at motions, Mr. Speaker. The government's attempt to paint a picture of inactive opposition is completely shattered by the relentless pursuit of transparency. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, why I had to bring up that record is because this is the honorable throne speech delivered by Her Excellency. And I feel, I don't want to say disrespected, but it's the only word that comes to my mind. Here's what she said. And again, these comments were written, approved, authored, or however they do it, by the government's understanding. Here's how, after all of that work, and I got some more work to tell you about shortly, but here's how they credited our work. I want to thank the Honorable Leader of Opposition and to recognize the contributions of all members of opposition who work assiduously to understand the business of the day and often provide lively commentary. Lively commentary is what she said that we do. When we busted our behinds on the weekend, using staff or professional services that are not paid for by this parliament, whereby we have to beg to help us draft because we still can't get an opposition office. And we get live in commentary what we do? Okay. Mr. Speaker, they want us to be silent, but we force them to answer to the people. Let the record reflect that in the same parliamentary year, 2025-2026, the opposition side submitted a staggering 126 parliamentary questions. Every single one of those 126 parliamentary questions was an opportunity for transparency. demanding information the public rightly needed to hear, and ruthlessly scrutinizing the government on their policy deliverables, or should I say, the lack thereof. Mr. Speaker, let us turn to this year, 2026-2027, even though this is the first sitting of the year. If you think that we are slowing down, Mr. Speaker, they can think again. Let's look at the productivity gap that has now turned into a cannon, Mr. Speaker. Right now, as we speak, the opposition has already filed 10 motions to this House to bring relief and strategies to this country. Do you know how many bills the government has filed thus far, Mr. Speaker? 2. And guess what? One of them not even on the order paper. You know why? Because it was late. 10 motions from the official opposition against just 2 bills. Oh, sorry, 1 bill, Mr. Speaker, from a silent government. We are doing the heavy lifting in the opposition, filing critical measures, which include, and I dare say, Mr. Speaker, private members' motion number 1, amending the financial assistance regulations to help them relook at how we help our people from the Department of Financial Assistance. Private members' motion number 2, increasing the personal duty-free waiver for returning passengers at the airport, brought by the Deputy Speaker to give relief to the people. Private members' motion number 3 and number 9, protecting Caymanian participation in real estate, quantity surveying, and valuation profession, because we need Caymanians in successful professions that we don't see many in. Private members' motion number 4, demanding fair compensation and statutory timelines for compulsory land acquisition, because the people are sick and tired of the government taking their land and not paying them for it. Private members' motion number 5, establishing a tourism climate resilience fund, because yet again another issue that is missing from the throne speech is how they're going to do with the beach renourishment on 7 Mile Beach. Because they didn't say anything about that either. So we're bringing a motion to find the money so they don't have any excuses to fix back the beaches when the wave action takes it away. Private members' motion number 6 and number 7, ensuring small and micro businesses can actually participate in public procurement, because too many times small and medium-sized businesses don't get a piece of the government pie. They need to get a share too. It's always the big boys who make the money. Private members' motion number 8, advocating for long-awaited Residential and Tenancy Act. We hear every day about rent costs, about landlords, and the government does nothing. It took our member to bring a motion to this House so we can even talk about it. That's what the opposition is doing, Mr. Speaker. And if this administration thinks our scrutiny is slowing down, oh, this new cycle, they need to wake up. This is the first sitting alone, and we've already submitted 14 questions, which we've got some good answers this morning that I know the good people of this country are happy to hear, and we're not letting up, Mr. Speaker. We're expanding the scrutiny, and we're demanding the facts, and we're doing the people's work every single day while the government sits in silence, pretending like it's not happening. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not sit here in silence and pretend that this government is leading. The numbers do not lie. The record is clear. With only one single motion declined out of every single one we put forward, it proves beyond a shadow of doubt that the official opposition and the independent members on this side have been given direction to the national agenda. And we cannot be subject to comments such as lively commentary. We are the ones shaping the government strategies and pulling them along so they can keep focused on the issues that are truly on the people's minds. They can try to hide these realities of our hard work in their speeches, but they cannot hide it from the public. We can play the games in here all we want. The people can see the truth. Give me, Mr. Speaker. We are working. They are lagging. And it's time to stop pretending otherwise. Mr. Speaker, let me move to another subject area within the throne speech ethos. And I call it a house divided against itself. Mr. Speaker, the grand visions of the throne speech are entirely incompatible with the political reality in the caucus room of the government. It is the worst kept secret in the Cayman Islands that this government is a house deeply divided against itself. Nowhere is this ideological chasm more obvious than the total gridlock between the environmental preservation and the unchecked development. One side of their caucus, you have members desperately defending the legal mandate of the National Conservation Council. On the other side, you have the pro-growth faction pushing the aggressive agenda of the Central Planning Authority. The Premier can continue to try to soften the edges as much as he wants with the nice words, but you cannot bridge the unbridgeable gap. These are fundamentally opposing worldviews coexisting under a fragile, leaking roof, Mr. Speaker. The far left and the far right of this unstable coalition cannot peacefully align, and the cracks are widening, and the whole country can see it. It's a ticking political clock, and a blow-up is inevitable, and the members know exactly what I'm talking about. We can equally dangerously see the divide when it comes to our borders and workforce reform. It's sad, Mr. Speaker, that the minister is not here to hear this today, but I'm quite sure his colleagues will bring him to the timeline when I said this. The minister responsible for Caymanian employment attempts to chart a specific aggressive course on labor and immigration, one upon which he should be lauded for. Yet, he does so without the genuine backing or consensus of his own caucus colleagues, because they say otherwise. This is not a unified administration working towards one singular vision for Caymanians. It is a raw marriage of convenience. They stay together not to share with a shared conviction, principle, or love for country, but out of shared political survival. They're bound by margins razor thin that not one single one of them can afford to walk the aisle. Because if they do, they'll be pulling the whole house down around them. They pretend all is well to maintain their grip on power. But a government built on political necessity rather than shared principles cannot hold forever, Mr. Speaker. And time will tell. Mr. Speaker, I want to move now to the alternative policy agenda. What a serious government should be doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, the government's current policy direction is profoundly misaligned with the immediate everyday needs of our people. It is illogical to commit to heavy borrowing and massive infrastructure projects while the daily quality of life of our ordinary Caymanians are systematically diminished. Mr. Speaker, I've stood before this honorable House and levied many serious, necessary criticisms against the government today on their legislative and fiscal agenda. I've detailed exactly what I think is lacking, what has been completely omitted, and where this administration has fundamentally missed the mark. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know the natural, predictable reaction of the government at benches will be, but what would you do if you were in power? So, let's turn to it. Mr. Speaker, we're not here merely to oppose. We are here to provide a better way forward. And I'm pleased to lay out a clear, disciplined path for this country. What follows is not just a list of vague promises, but a definitive mandate of what the government should be considering, must be doing to steady the ship and put the priorities of the Caymanian people first. The government must immediately rebalance the national priorities, shifting away from unnecessary bureaucracy and misdirection of capital, and focusing instead on the standard of living protections. The guiding philosophy must be simple, Mr. Speaker. The government must ensure that a family can pay their bills, has food in their fridge today, before forcing them to drive hungry on a new paved road. So let's start. Number one, Mr. Speaker, immediate relief from the cost of living and senior care. The government must take immediate responsibility for the fact that seniors and ordinary citizens are struggling to survive. That means we need financial assistance reform. The government must overhaul the financial assistance legislation created by the Honorable Premier in the last administration to ensure that support packages are tied directly to the actual modern cost of living. Next, Mr. Speaker, direct subsidies for our seniors. Where past pension plans have proven to be inadequate, the government must step in with direct subsidies to support retired citizens who spent their lives building this country upon which we stand today. It's outright disrespect for over 50 years of working to build Cayman to what it is when they were slapping mosquitoes and digging up water out of hand-dug wells and making sure that we can drive fancy cars and have beautiful buildings like this, that they're suffering at home. Mr. Speaker, we got to turn to health care and social rebates. The government must introduce targeted social benefits and rebates to offset the skyrocketing health care and general inflation. It's not good to just say, oh, we're going to address the cost. But while you're waiting to address that, if that's going to take you 2 years, 3 years, they're still suffering with the bills of it. Some seniors don't even take medication because they cannot afford it. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to residential senior care homes. The government must build specialized public senior care residential homes immediately. It is unacceptable that our seniors are left to suffer and die at home without medical attention, care, and respect that they deserve. They don't even have the figures of how many seniors are left unattended because they haven't done the study, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? The Cayman pride, many Caymanians are not going to cry about it because we were hardworking. We just get on with it. And they shouldn't have to do it. If they want to know why I built that park is for those same seniors that are leaving behind. It should have been $1 gazillion to pay for it. Talk that. Moving on to number 2, Mr. Speaker. Housing accessibility and slashing planning bureaucracy. Rather than producing endless reports that contain no timelines or commitments, the government must pivot to actual execution. We need definitive master plans, Mr. Speaker. The government must release an actionable housing pipeline detailing exactly locations of where they're going to build the houses, construction timelines, clear eligibility criteria for Caymanians, and exact volume targets. We hear a 3,000 figure. Up to now, I haven't heard a figure of how much they're going to build. The report doesn't do anything. Mr. Speaker, eliminating planning red tape. The current bureaucratic delays within the planning department are artificially driving up the housing costs and making development more expensive by the day. And the government must streamline the approval process to reduce the wait times and the cost for the average Caymanian trying to build a home on their own. Every day that passes is more money that the contractor is going to charge you, and half of the time is waiting for approval from planning. Mr. Speaker, number 3, business empowerment and job creation. The government must recognize that economic strength comes from a thriving business community, not from suffocating it with bureaucracy. We must remove the regulatory bottlenecks. The government must reverse the rollout of excessive regulations, and bureaucracy that are currently stifling the local businesses. And if they don't hear that whisper on a tone deaf, bad. Because the business community is tired, wrapped up in red tape and cost. And I'll be honest with you, I feel sorry for the smaller and medium-sized ones. It's really the big ones that are going to survive. The middle class is shrinking. Mr. Speaker, pro-growth initiatives is what are needed. The government must implement strategic initiatives that allow businesses to generate revenue, which in turn will create secure, high-quality work for Caymanians. I don't want to only create jobs. I want Caymanians to be owners of businesses. This government is doing the total opposite. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, finalizing the National Development Plan. The government's persistent failure to deliver an updated National Development Plan is the root cause of the current chaos in our country's growth. We must manage in a disciplined way. The government must finalize the National Development Plan immediately to eliminate the constant friction between environmental protection and economic expansion. Mr. Speaker, we have to start preventing the infrastructure chaos. This plan is urgently needed, required to replace unmanaged development with a disciplined strategy that prevents overcrowding, stops the worsening of traffic crisis, and structurally addresses the lack of housing. And we can't do these things without a proper national development plan. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, economic diversification. Tapping in to our marine heritage, and I know, Mr. Speaker, you would resonate with this one. The government is completely failing to leverage the Cayman Islands' most natural resource, the sea that surrounds us. And despite our rich history of Iron Men in wooden ships, a total lack of clarity and strategy regarding our marine environment is blocking viable new industries from developing. The government must unlock the blue economy by establishing clear marine and development strategies to support it. Mr. Speaker, we've heard so many times about high-end yachting and boating opportunities. We possess a high-end premium product that can attract high-end and high net worth individuals to the Cayman Islands because we're known for it. So the government must create a framework that welcomes a new industry dedicated to yachting, boating, and specialized vessel maintenance and care. Mr. Speaker, this turns me to the report that the Honorable Premier just said earlier about the boating registration. I think his figures were 70% of the world's registration are registered under a Cayman flag. Am I right, Premier? Super yachts. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, if Cayman were their home base? Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, if and how many jobs would be created for the West Bayers who love the water, who knows those boats, how to clean them, how to take care of them? Think about the small mom and pop shops that would have to supply them with food and supplies. Think about the landowners who can set up docking marine docks for them, but yet still we refuse to embrace the genuine opportunities of our environment. Talking about fisheries and marine businesses, the government must stop stifling sustainable, and I want to make sure this is a key thing here, sustainable commercial fisheries and water-related businesses. Why are we not allowing Caymanians to safely and profitably return to the industries that built our economy in the first place? Mr. Speaker, I've been elected now 9.5 years. I've heard about conch farms, lobster farms. We have the North Sound, and yet still not one of them can kick off. We got to use our marine environment as opportunities because sadly, diving is decreasing as a sport. Not that I want that to happen. I did everything I possibly could to support it as minister, but this naturally is decreasing as an industry. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, implementation of a national public transportation system has to be a priority. The government must finally accept a fundamental reality. We cannot build our way out of traffic. Excluding the east-west arterial, our priority is supposed to be on implementing a national transportation system. Pouring endless millions into paving more roads is financially unsustainable. Sticking plaster on that doesn't resolve the root cause of the problem. We have to mitigate the traffic congestion, Mr. Speaker. The government must urgently deploy a reliable, efficient national transportation system to fundamentally reduce the vehicle gridlock, removing the daily traffic headache that currently degrades the quality of life for many Caymanians. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say I feel it for the good people of Savannah, Newlands, Bontown East, Bontown West, East End, North Side. Thankfully, past administrations already put in the new road into West Bay. What we learned the other night, though, is that is becoming a problem now, too, because the population in West Bay is growing, and they're now starting to worry about that one road that they have, and God forbid they had an accident, what it would mean to gridlock. I wasn't elected then, Mr. Good Minister, so don't blame me. Mr. Speaker, turning now to fiscal responsibility in infrastructure. Transitioning to a proper public transport model will dramatically decrease the exorbitant capital costs spent on constant road expansions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that I caveat that I know the good Minister for Roads is trying to resolve the problem as much as he can. Got to be given credit. He surpassed the action man when it comes to roads. Matter of fact, I think he's the action man 2.0. But we cannot solve the problem only like that. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, I recall when I was in the government over there, there was not enough support, commitment, investment, and funding to fixing the transportation system. And I dare declare today that the government must implement a proper public transportation system, allowing public funds to be redirected to more important things than just roads. Mr. Speaker, let me be entirely clear so that the members opposite do not misinterpret my position. We are not suggesting that these 6 pillars represent the only matters this country must face. We fully acknowledge that there are many other critical legislative, environmental, social, and economic issues that demand attention. But this is a matter of triage. This is about establishing a proper hierarchy of priority. The items that we have laid out today are the ones that directly impact the immediate daily quality of life of the good people that we serve. And until we get our house in order, Mr. Speaker, until we strategically lower the crushing cost of living for our citizens and the high cost of doing businesses for our employers, the country cannot sustainably move forward properly. Once the government stabilizes these structural failures and gives our people some breathing room, then and only then can they safely return to the secondary issues that they currently have misplaced at the top of their list. For now, Mr. Speaker, our absolute mandate must be to rescue the people and to improve their quality of life for the ordinary Caymanians and bring discipline into the way our country grows with a proper development plan. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, there needs to be an ultimatum for change. Mr. Speaker, the Caymanian public expects maturity, transparency, and a government that possesses the courage to make the right decisions and take responsibility for their mistakes. Accept the fact that the changes they have made over the last 14 months have caused the cost of living to increase. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've noticed a unique pattern that they're trying to blame the cost of living on the fuel war in Iran situation. But if they check the Economic and Statistics Office, before the war in Iran happened, the people were already complaining from before that. Whether you agree with it or not, minimum wage has caused an inflationary aspect. The fees and the regulations that they have implemented in immigration has caused an inflationary element. The fact and the fear of the divide that they've caused in this country has caused an inflationary measure. You know why? Because people are afraid to spend now. Not sure if they are welcomed. The new Caymanians say, well, boy, I'm not sure if I'm Caymanian anymore. I feel bad. I feel embarrassed by it, to be honest with you. And I think they should too. The 2026 throne speech proves that this administration prefers to live in a comforting, self-delusional la-la land while the working class is ignored, dismissed, and crushed every day. They're celebrating nothing of substance. Pushing the can down the road, more reports, and more glorious, kind words. I must say, there is one thing that I'm very proud of, and that's the good Minister for Finance and his commitment to early childhood care and assistance, one that he should be proud of and given much credit to. They're a government that is tone deaf, though, to the cries of the families who cannot pay their bills. Businesses suffocating under the red tape, and the commuters trapped in the endless gridlock. They have failed from the very start, changing laws to hide their lack of preparation, running up historical national debt to record levels, and hiding in silence when asked to defend their spending, just like today. They were supposed to be the first ones up. Don't leave it just to the governor. They're a house that is divided against itself, staying together out of raw political survival rather than shared conviction, because they do not agree on the showdown between the CPA and the NCC. Coming soon. The official opposition and the independent colleagues on this side have laid it out clear, disciplined, alternative path for this country. We do so because while the NCFC might be our political opponents, we're all citizens of this country. And we recognize the enormous structural challenges facing Cayman. And we want to see those problems solved for the benefit of all the constituents that we serve. Mr. Speaker, the time for empty rhetoric, glossy, rebranded documents, and expensive paint on a leaking house must stop now. It is time for the people to be served. It is time to tilt the power back to the workers, to the renters, to the Caymanians who want homes, to their businesses, to our seniors who need protection, and to the less fortunate. It is time for this government to deliver and stop talking fancy words. The people want action. If this divided government cannot do it or will not do it, I promise you, Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Movement stands ready to take the wheel and steer the ship back to safe harbor. They can laugh all they like, but I hope that they're not laughing like that when 2029 comes. Because if they think that I'm going to sit here and be quiet and don't work, let time will tell. And I want the listening audience to hear them laughing. All of the people who voted out there, they're laughing at you. When we're talking about the seriousness of the crushing difficulties you're going through, they are laughing. That's the government that you have, one that has no sympathy, no care for what you are dealing with. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the government to bring this country back into safe harbor, as our foreparents did for us, and that they did before we were here. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to give a contribution to this throne speech, and I hope that the government takes the words of all members from the opposition seriously, because we're not running a candy shop. We're running a country, and the decisions or lack thereof that this government does affects people's lives. So comments like, it's only going to be $5 increase in your water authority, that $5 is the difference of whether a woman can buy milk for her child. So it may be minuscule to you, that makes tens of thousands of dollars every day. There's many Caymanians who are going by the penny pinching. So pennies to them is a lot of money for other Caymanians. Mr. Speaker, with that being said, thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any Minister of Finance and Education?
Mr. Speaker, today is certainly one of those days that remind me that as parliamentarians, one of the things that we have to be very clear and conscious about is how we actually structure our business. Mr. Speaker, today, in my opinion, is a day for every one of us to reflect at, in my opinion, the work that we have to do to ensure that we are thoughtful about standing orders, we're thoughtful about our legislative calendar. Mr. Speaker, in a way, I feel sad for the opposition because they've been put in a position to respond. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, collectively, and this isn't just them, the government, and yourself, and the staff of the Parliament alone, it is, or separately, this is all of us. We need to be very clear about what sessions ought to happen in a political term and how they should be structured. Mr. Speaker, I take the point that the two of us discussed privately a few days ago with the view that a new session of the Parliament ought to be accompanied by a throne speech. When we take the behind of a person and put it on top of her head, we wind up with an ass-former situation. And today is that day. The government delivered everything that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition called for in November. We developed a strategic policy statement that was delivered in October. We came back to the Parliament. We set out all of our plans. We set out our entire legislative agenda. We set out our entire budget agenda. We passed the budget. 6 months later, we're here having heard a throne speech that spoke nothing in depth to what is happening and what the plans of the country are. We cannot have our Parliament deliver to our people a scenario where we lay out our plans and those plans are not accompanied by a speech from the throne at that time, ministry by ministry, with a high-level summary of what our agenda is. So, Mr. Speaker, in my mind, we have two options. We're either going to tie sessions of Parliament to our budget cycle, or we're going to move the state opening to match up and line up with the budget and address. Because the two are completely misaligned here, Mr. Speaker, today. It's completely misaligned. And we're not doing the public ourselves any justice, and we're not doing the public, who we're here to serve on their behalf. This is their house. I am simply here on behalf of the people of West Bay North. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell all members of this House, the average person from West Bay North, if I were to go to them tonight, when we're finished here, and say, if you listen to the House, what did you think of it? I can almost guarantee you, any of them that keep up with parliamentary procedure are going to say, but hold on, you had the budget address a few months ago. What are you all now talking about? Mr. Speaker, I can also share, and I've discussed with my colleagues, the throne speech was not approved by Cabinet. The governor felt obligated because she was asked to provide a throne speech. There was a light overview of where we are, and that's what was given. So in all fairness from my standpoint, it is difficult to me to be overly critical of the response that comes from the opposition because of what we have given to the Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, we have seen at this stage at least 5 to 6 major reform areas required in standing orders. Major reform areas. Let me use one. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, quite rightly, bragged about the number of private members' motions they brought. Right now, we have a set of standing orders that once we appoint a government non-minister as a parliamentary secretary, bans them from bringing a private member's motion. Mr. Speaker, our legislative journey and our parliamentary journey and how it's developed has been very, very interesting for me to have sat back and seen it from 12 years ago. Mr. Speaker, let me remind you and the House and the wider public of what I call the glorious years. The glorious years where I sat and you sat way before me, Mr. Speaker, when you were first a minister and member of this House, had a system where we always coincided a session and the state opening with the budget, address, throne speech, and then we debated it. And we did that 4 times. And that just felt and worked beautifully and naturally. Along the way, we changed the system and we said, well, we're now going to do 24-month budgets overlaid by a 36-month strategic policy statement. Because if the listening public listened carefully for what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition said, they would be scratching their heads potentially and saying, why is he mentioning 2028 when the budget is for 2026 and 2027? He's mentioning it because under the current framework, we have to have projections out whilst not allocating funding. We must project out 12 more months to show what the impact of the 2-year budget would be for the additional year. That makes sense because you want to force an administration to clearly demonstrate that they're thinking long term. And the truth is, I'm not criticizing a 2-year budget. The logic of having longer term planning versus 12-month chunked budgets made sense. And I still think they make sense, in my opinion. But for us to not have shifted how we organize our parliamentary system to accommodate that, or move how we actually have prorogations and therefore starting new sessions of the Parliament. To have it misaligned, Mr. Speaker, I think is going to continue to have this sort of debate, this sort of rhetoric that is, in my opinion, unhelpful to what all of us should be trying to achieve, which is to give the public a very clear view of what the administration is trying to achieve, and the opposition give an alternative to that. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I must say that in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I find the leader of the opposition to be very reasonable. And if you listened to his response, I think he looked on and said, I see the issue that we as a parliament is facing given how this had to be delivered, and let me respond accordingly. And also the member from Red Bay. I think both of them looked on and said, well, we know we just had this 6 months ago. This really isn't a true reflection of where we are and how we would be moving forward. Because the truth is, Mr. Speaker, the members have asked the wheres, but we've just given ourselves authority to do it in 24 months. So it's like saying to a person, you have 6 months to do a job, you sign the contract, but then you show up a week later and say, where's the house? Where's the house? How come you haven't built the house yet? How come you haven't finished all the stuff that you promised me in the contract that you were going to do? And so, to my mind, Mr. Speaker, we need to pause collectively as a parliament, look at all the standing orders and how they come together. Let's hit those gaps so that all members of this House can feel as though they're equal participants. Because I can tell you, if I was a non-minister on the government bench, I would feel completely disaggrieved to not be able to move private members' motions, not because of you, Mr. Speaker, but because of the very wording of the standing orders, right? And I would, and then equally, as a member of the government now, looking at how we are having to practice what is a common tradition, because, Mr. Speaker, you're quite right in the discourse we had. State openings, they're tied with certain things, right? They are tied with certain things. So, Mr. Speaker, it's one of those where what you're saying is correct. How we're feeling and looking at it is equally, and I think we now need to shape this ship in a way that all of us can make the pieces come together and have the most productive and meaningful debate and discourse. Because for me now, for example, to go to my ministry, and we've been given authority to spend for 24 months across the two ministries. And there are various pieces of work that are ongoing. You're right in the middle. Some you're about to wrap up. Some are new brand because we plan to have a finance committee at the end of this month, for which, because we're going to have some things that are slightly new, because one of the things that happens naturally, before the ink could properly dry and us actually be able to produce the final budget documents, which we did today with all the signatures, we had the Iranian war. And so the government had to shift 8.5, 10 million, approximately $10 million of resources in a way that we did not plan for. Equally, there's a number of other issues that have arisen that just happens. Once you're the administration, it happens. You can set out that 24-month agenda, but life happens, and as it happens, there are certain things you just have to respond to. You just have to respond to. So, Mr. Speaker, I really am making a plea to all of us to really we have a summer break. I think we need to agree to take a part of that, and let us try to agree what our system ought to look like so that we can have the most meaningful and productive discourse, especially around how we say to what we say to the public around what is our big picture view and policy position about what Cayman should look like. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the contribution of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, what it reminded me of was, you know, when somebody spots a weakness in a system and the responsible person will say, let's go fix it. Let's work collectively to fix it. And I believe that that's the tact and view of the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and member for West Georgetown North, and the member from Red Bay. If I listen to their discourse, that's what I feel like, Mr. Speaker. But then we have people who, once they spot an opening, can't help themselves. Can't help themselves but say, you know what, let me dive in and let me take advantage, because right now there's an opportunity to get a gain. So because there's an opportunity to get a gain, let's take it. I can also share off record, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind, that just this morning, before all this began, the member from Bordentown East asked me, are we going to even debate this? We just debated the budget. That's the conversation we had, what, 3-4 hours ago? Because the feeling was, Bordentown West. Because the feeling was, what are we doing and what are we debating? Because this was, that speech that was delivered, no fault of Her Excellency, simply was misplaced and misaligned in terms of how it needs to line up with how we are going to legislate around what are going to be our strategic policy statement, followed by a budget, the address, scrutinizing the Finance Committee, final vote, an appropriation bill is approved. Because that's what essentially our system has been built around for a long time, Mr. Speaker. But in the zeal to ensure that political points were gained, we heard some rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, that is rather unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, to have spoken of the first housing policy, national housing policy in the history of the country, in the way in which it was spoken to, and the member knows that the minister only laid it last session, last meeting of the House. He knows that that work now needs to start. To then jump right on and say, well, people need homes. Yes, we know that people need homes, but if you don't plan a way to deliver homes sensibly, you don't just wake up one night, wave the magic wand, and homes appear and Caymanians are in homes. The minister should be applauded for the amount of work that has been put in to get us to this point that we have a national housing policy that can now be the platform from which we develop how it is that we're going to have public-private partnerships. We've had deep discussions. I can say that one of the issues that, or not issues, one of the points that a member from Bordentown West has talked about for as long as I've known him, leveraging government balance sheet. The minister is right now working on a policy position so that we can test that for the first time. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, so much work is happening in the background, but unfortunately that's now gotten subsumed with this big dark cloud that has been painted today that tries to show the administration as just doing nothing when all that has happened is they've moved a lot of private members' motions, asked lots of questions, and now has said, ta-da, we're leading from the front. The fact is we still have tons of legislation that is in the process of being drafted. Again, those were announced during the budget. They were announced during the budget, and so that debate happened, but now the government is doing the work to get the results to our people. Mr. Speaker, the point on dangerous criminals. To take the average cost per prisoner and then spin what is a very positive result. Every society has dangerous criminals. But if you listen to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, all we have to do is to provide opportunity and let them go. Because if I listen to him, I did not realize that we could get rid of crime so easily in the world. We need to now go globally and tell all governments, provide opportunity, let them go, and they're going to come, they're going to stop criminal behavior. The reason we have, unfortunately, people in Northwood, Mr. Speaker, is they don't take up economic opportunity that's available. They do commit crime. How many young men don't we know in our communities who push drugs, who are able-bodied, and some of them, very sensible, because the reason they go undetected is because they actually are sensible. And there are opportunities in Cayman for them to take up. They choose, there are people in our communities, and not just ours, every country, Mr. Speaker, who choose a life of crime. Now, the Honourable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs went at great pains this morning to explain some of the actual programs that he has in place to help people not commit crime. Yet, Minister, I'm sorry to tell you, according to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, don't worry about all your programs. Let's just give them opportunity, let them go, and we're good to go. So the money you wanted for Northward, we can cancel that. We don't need to do it. So I just don't know how we get to this point. Then, Mr. Speaker, we then hear a litany of complaints. They've been on a listening tour, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has come in here and just given us an absolute complaint list with not one single solution. None. Not one single solution. Mr. Speaker, he said we need social care reform. We need a direct subsidy to our seniors. We need targeted rebates. We need residential senior care homes. Okay, I have not heard one way in which they were going to be delivered. What I've heard is that if the country is looking for a preview of 2029, what the progressives are clearly lining up is that they are going to be the most left-leaning, social giving government in the history of these islands. And if you listen to the private member's motion that he's filing, they are looking to disincentivize people from working. So what we're going to do is we're going to give away so much money that, guess what? It makes more sense to stay home than to actually go get a job. Because the fact of the matter is, I hear a lot of free lunches being offered by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, but I don't hear one way in which he would pay it. Now, here's what's curious. What's curious is, when I presented the budget, he attacked the revenue measures. He's conveniently not attacked them today. And now I figured out why. He has plans for how to spend it. But what he doesn't understand is, just because the revenue measures are in the budget, the end result was still what I termed and admitted to the country is a modest surplus. We need to build bigger surpluses. But if you listen and you try to cost out just those first 4 items, I want to know, where is the money going to come from? Then he attacked borrowing. But he wants to build residential senior care homes. So how we could build a residential senior care homes without borrowing? Where is it that he's going to find this magic money? You see, my father used to tell me, and a cousin of mine, my dad's first cousin, they told me about this boy that was in a storybook that was very popular in the Day of the Seaman. And his name was Alaska. Every morning, Alaska got up and dreamt of building castles in the sky. Every morning he got up and dreamt of building castles in the sky. And if I did not hear today in this parliament and witness the modern day Alaska, which is the deputy leader of the opposition, he has built more castles in the sky today in all of that carrying on that he just went on with than in the history of the Parliament of the Cayman Islands. I think he built more castles in those 45 minutes or so than anyone has in the history of our Parliament. So now I can understand why he thinks homes can be built so easily. Because if you listen to the pipe dream that came down from the deputy leader of the opposition, you would be left scratching your head, saying to yourself, well, goodness gracious, why isn't it that government isn't building those homes that apparently we start them at 8:30 in the morning, and by 5 o'clock when you're driving home, the home is there? Mr. Speaker, he then mentioned something that was very serious and morbid. He said that we have seniors who are dying at home unattended and not taking their medication. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing this country should be proud of, is the social safety net that is NGS 55 and HEA 2. We have a system where every Caymanian has access to be declared medically indigent and be able to get their health care provided to them. We have been a country to not make people go home and die. That is why we spend so much money, so many millions of dollars every year. But again, if you listen to the deputy leader of the opposition, this is what's happening. But then he had another revelation. According to him, his panacea, now I get why he said that we could have spent $1 gazillion on the Scranton Park. Apparently that park is going to be the place that heals people. Because according to him, and he said it right afterwards, he said that park was for those same seniors. So let's tie this together now. In his world, seniors are dying at home unattended because government does nothing about it. But he built a park. He was the one that drove the building of a park that was magically going to cure the seniors once they could show up. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker. This is quite an alarming and interesting revelation. Now I get why he has fought for this park with such zest and fervor. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if there's something magical in the pond. Maybe there's something that the deputy leader of the opposition has not told us, colleagues. So let us not be too hasty. He might know something that we don't know. What I can tell you is, he said that we could have spent $1 gazillion on it and it would have been worth it. And I believe that he believes that. You see, what that little snippet, you see, you got to listen. See, when somebody comes and pounds up and there's lots of thunder, and man, you see the lightning in the sky, you hear the thunder and you're looking and it's dark and gloomy, but you can't feel one drop of rain. You're praying to God, oh God, give us one drop of rain. It's all thunder and lightning, but you get no rain. That means you better listen very carefully to all the rumbling thunder. In his rumbling thunder, he said the park was worth it even if we spent $1 gazillion on it. What that means is, Mr. Speaker, it's not so much that he's worried about the borrowing. He's just mumped up because he's not in the cabinet. It's borrowing because he wants to be here on this side to say how this money should be spent. Because the fact of the matter is, he knows in going through that budget is going to deliver for this country And every cent of borrowing is a key long-term investment for Cayman. Key long-term investment. Mr. Speaker, I remind the public, how many of you out there as Caymanians who are listening can use your salary and save up to purchase your land without going to the bank? Save up, build your house without going to the bank. Mr. Speaker, there is a place for sensible borrowing. Every ounce, that's right, that's right. That's right. There's a place for sensible borrowing. Sensible borrowing is around good programs, and we have good capital programs that are going to deliver long-term results. Just sensible borrowing. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Oh, sorry. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Let me make sure I get this straight in the Hansard. There's a place for sensible borrowing. Sensible borrowing. Borrowing aligned with strategic priorities and planning. That is what this government is doing. Now, he did say something that is quite true, that we need to eliminate as much red tape as we can. We need to eliminate as much bureaucracy as we can as it relates to planning and housing. But again, because of the misalignment of what has happened, the minister is actually getting ready to announce that a plan that he brought to caucus just this week around some of the reforms that he and his team are developing for the CPA. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I opened my contribution the way I did. Because as I reflected on where we are 6 months into a 24-month journey, so much things are right in train and that we're right in the midst of that the public can't see, and it's only when we get things finished. Because we're not a soundbite government. We're not just going to go out and make an announcement until we've finished. Until we finish the work, then we make the announcement. Now, he really, really went hard at my good friend, the Minister for Infrastructure. I think it was completely uncalled for the way he carried on. The way he carried on around the National Development Plan. When he was a minister in cabinet for 4 years, since he cared so much about this National Development Plan, which he said, failure of the National Development Plan is the root cause of all the chaos, and it will solve the conflict with the NCC. Now, let's break that down. Firstly, having a national development plan would be positive for the country. But we've had, I think we counted something like 8 ministers that have tried this, including the deputy lead, including the leader of the opposition when he was minister responsible. There's a reason that plan has not been developed and a new plan put in place. And I've shared this with the minister, so I'm not going to say anything that surprises him. I have told the minister we need to go back to the drawing board, update the planning law, and have a sensible way in which a development plan is actually changed. It is so bureaucratic. The actual red tape that the deputy leader of the opposition should have identified is the fact that how the legislation is constructed sets every minister of planning up for failure on this front. I got elected 25 years ago, and we reviewed the plan then and started the process, got bogged down. Started the progress, gets bogged down. You could tell me all these successive ministers responsible for planning have not all had the will. They all wanted a new development plan. We need to right-size that piece of the legislation, Minister, so that you can get and bring to the country what we need. But the construct, which was good in theory back then, where you had this involvement of every single human being in Cayman, and we go district to district, and you have an opening statement. I said to the minister, I sat around 24 months ago with a group that was meeting in West Bay. We gave a 37-page response to the statement to start the development plan. Let me repeat, just that group, a 37-page response. No wonder the country can't get a new development plan. So, Mr. Speaker, and that was just us. Mr. Speaker, I can say that the minister is working diligently and we are going to have good things happen in planning. Now, let's make very, very clear. This whole issue around all of these grandiose plans. Let me say what else he said. He said that we needed economic diversification. And then he said that we needed super yachts. Where's the safe harbor? Where's the deep harbor? Where are these super yachts? The super yachts can't come to Cayman because we don't have the facility. Is he saying that he's going to support the government now when we do come up with a solution for this? Because the solution, Mr. Speaker, is going to have to be, we got two choices in this country, and I'm not advocating for either, but we have basically two choices. One, we're either going to have to cut inland and dig out and develop a man-made deep water harbor along with the attendant facilities, or we're going to have to dredge one of our sounds. Now, nobody is going to support deepening and dredging out the north or the south sound, so that leaves it with one choice. We have one choice. Do we want to get into this business or not? But again, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, big sound bites, no solutions, no real practical solutions. Every one of these that he laid out, if you add up, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do before the end of this year, Mr. Speaker. I'm very busy with the two ministries, but I need to now tally up and give up an approximate cost of the Kenneth Bryan wish list. Because we need to produce to this country what the budget would look like if we actually followed all of these spending plans that he has presented. Because everything that he comes to the House with, there's a cost attached, but I don't know where the revenue is going to come from to pay for all of the spending. And then he says we're not having any borrowing. So if we're not having any borrowing, how he don't want revenue measures. So let's paint it now, Mr. Speaker. He wants all of these plans developed. He wants to deliver all these promises. But then he gets up and tells me as Minister of Finance, I don't like the fact that you're putting revenue measures on financial services. I don't like the fact that you're going to borrow. Where is the money going to magically come from? This is another Alaska. He's building castles in the sky. Mr. Speaker, let me cover. Mr. Speaker, I call for the suspension of standing order to allow me to go 14-2 to go beyond 5 o'clock.
Question is that Parliament continues to work beyond 5 without a break. I suggest until 6. Take a break at 6. The suspension of standing order 14-2. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll take the break at 6 instead of 5 as suggested by the standing orders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that.
Honourable Minister.
Because I'm about to wrap up. Because, Mr. Speaker, we then heard around another one that sounds like another hugely impressive sounding thing where he talked about we need to take advantage of our fisheries and we needed to have conch farms, lobster farms. We need to take advantage of the blue economy. Well, Mr. Speaker, what really, really boggles my mind is where were all these great ideas for the last 9.5 years that he was in Parliament? It's so funny that all of a sudden in the last year, all these great ideas are coming to the fore. I wonder if he thinks that Caymanians aren't listening and paying attention. The average Caymanian have heard and knows this member's penchant, which is criticize, throw licks, duck. Because the fact is, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. As I listened to this program of what he said that the country got to look forward to in 2029, I was shocked and frightened. All that he's talking about is trying to buy people's votes and loyalty. He wants to spend his way to social care reform. This country, per capita, gives more in social care than most places on the face of this earth. Every Caymanian who can get a scholarship gets $30,000 CI. That isn't social giving. Key social investment. Persons who go to DFA can get up to $3,000 a month, Minister, in total benefits. Sometimes more. $3,000 CI a month when you combine all of the social giving. And we're going to stand here in this house and say, no, let's go more. We want to go more. We need to give more. When you create a scenario where it's a disincentive to work, you are creating a social welfare state that is going to continue to grow and be unsustainable. That is what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has clearly, it's clear as day now, what his agenda is. I don't really think, though, the rest of the progressives truly believe in that agenda. I don't think so, because I have yet to hear the Leader of the Opposition agree with that position. And I believe, and I'm being very, very frank, I believe the Leader of the Opposition is much more fiscally conservative than that and understands how to nation build a lot better than that. And I believe that's why he's the Leader of the Opposition. Because he gets it. He gets the point that, yes, we have to invest in our people. Yes, we have to take care of those who have fallen in hard times. But at the same time, when you go too far, and all of a sudden the average person looks on and says, $8.75 an hour? I can stay at home and make more money. That's a disincentive to work. Let's be very, very frank. There are many people in many countries who will say, and we call it social welfare, we can call it whatever we want. The US, they call it welfare queens, welfare kings. We can call it whatever we want, but that is what is being propagated in this chamber. There's no doubt about it. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Mr. Speaker, sarcasm, the dump, those are two issues that both of the ministers are working on. Those ministers are working on those issues. We cannot just jump out of bed and say, we got everything solved. All of the work of government takes time. We must ensure that we do the right thing. We can't just be reckless, Mr. Speaker. We can't just come up and be a soundbite government where all we do is make grandiose announcements. Mr. Speaker, identifying problems is easy as day. Solving problems is what's most difficult. The easy part is telling people what is wrong. We heard a lot today of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition pointing out that things that have been challenges for Cayman for a long time. None of us are going to say they've not been. We need to ensure that people are reminded of what we presented in our SPS, which is how we go from complex problems to making things right. The difference between commentary and leadership, Mr. Speaker, what we got here today was a loud, thunderous boom of commentary. The work is happening on this side. The government is working diligently. Mr. Speaker, the other thing, and I can tell you, myself and my colleagues are going to have to be very circumspect about what we say in this parliament in the future and publicly. Because the other thing that the opposition have now done, everything they hear the government is working on, they jump up and move a private member's motion on it. As soon as they hear the government say that they're working on something, they come down here with a private member's motion. and they move it, they move it, they move it. Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for social innovation, social care and innovation, announced in this House that he was working to reform social care. Bam, 2 motions come. One comes, which was not allowed, to reduce the wait period from 8 months to 3 months for persons who were returning home. The minister announced that he was working on the program. He's in the middle of the minister doing his work. Here comes a motion. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have to be very, very circumspect. We are going to have to be very circumspect on what we say in the public domain. We are going to have to really, really, really be careful, colleagues, because we continue to see it. We see it. It is shameful. I agree with the member for Georgetown West. It is shameful. Very shameful. That's one thing that I can say today. Both of us agree. Mr. Speaker, hold on. You see now, this is, okay. Can I just say, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Georgetown West brought a very relevant motion as it related to social media restrictions that had not been announced publicly by the government, and it was a wonderfully timely motion. So except for that motion, Mr. Speaker, every one of them has been things that we have announced publicly. Every one of them. No. I said the official opposition, not the independents. The independents have came with innovative solutions. The independent members have been very innovative, and I have been glad to embrace the baby bond for Caymanians, etc. Yes, but Mr. Speaker, when we see this consistent approach now, where we announce it, and as soon as it's uttered, bam, a private member's motion is moved, and the government then is put in the crosshairs, because then what do you do? Because he bragged about the fact that 18 of 19 had been approved. Yes, 18 of 19 has been accepted by the government because the government is reasonable. The government is reasonable. I think that perhaps now we need to start thinking through too what we accept and what we don't accept. Because the fact is, if that's how the opposition, the official opposition, is going to play their game, then we have to now we're going to have to react. But Mr. Speaker, the member from Red Bay did speak about a number of matters that is critically important. And I can tell him that the work plan and the work that started in the Ministry of Education encapsulates everything that he's mentioned and way more. And way more. We have an aggressive work agenda. Early childhood care and education is but the tip of the iceberg. But the tip of the iceberg. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be taking some definitive positions to caucus around how we truly make that entire sector world-class. Because we have to accept that with private centers comes a risk. Private centers are free to hire staff. They're going to be inspected, but we also have to accept that if we want more control, it may very well mean government is going to have to, in the future, provision in certain earlier years of education. Let me be very, very clear about that, and I've said that before in the House, so this is not a surprise. I can also say, because I've said it to my colleagues, when I say reform agenda, we are thinking through every single possibility as to how to improve student outcomes, including whether or not we're going to reform the summer break in schools. Summer learning loss is a real issue when you're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. When you take a human being and put them through school with smaller breaks for Christmas and Easter, and all of a sudden 8 to 12, 10 weeks during the summer, and you ask teachers around how much time they have to spend just catching children back up to where they were in July is a real issue. So I can promise you, member from Red Bay North, we are not going to not consider everything that we can as it relates to what is going to be best for our students. I can tell the world, whatever is best for our students is going to wind up being the policy. Adults have to accommodate for our students. If that's not the ethos of any educator professional, you're in the wrong ministry. I suggest you resign because your priorities are not going to align with mine. And so my and the team, the senior leadership team's priority is about our children's life outcomes, and we are not going to leave any stone unturned in the endeavor to ensure that our children have the best possible life chances. But Mr. Speaker, what our students, parents, teachers, and our community need is not another list of problems. They need the answers, and those are the critical things that we are going to continue to announce over the next few months as we develop all of our work plans. Mr. Speaker, already coming back from the Education World Conference, we're looking at how literacy and numeracy outcomes can be strengthened even more, because we know that that's a critical area of learning. We are looking at how long is our average child reading in school. You hear us talking about technology. Well, the fact is, technology has its place, but the fundamentals to brain development and learning is still foundational. And so, yes, ethical use of AI, yes, sensible use of AI is critically important because everyone must stay modern. But guess what? The foundational skills that allow a person to critically think, innovate, and be a productive human being starts with human development. And so when we look at how we are going to move forward, we are going to be ensuring that we keep our children at the center of what we do. Let me give this House one thought. We have been so in love with AI is that some of us seem to be losing the plot. I want our students and our teachers to have mastery and ethical use policies around AI, but my focus is HI, human intelligence. Human intelligence is what we are going to build in our system, because when you build human intelligence, AI becomes a tool. The foundation still has to be the human. Because, Mr. Speaker, I said this at a school leaving ceremony a few days ago. The brain of a human, which is what AI is trying to replicate. AI is artificial intelligence. It is trying to replicate what we as humans can do. The average human takes around 1,000 to 2,000 calories per day of energy to keep us going and keep us healthy. Do you know how much kilowatts of hours it takes to energize those huge artificial intelligence data centers? Enough power to power some small cities and small towns. Yet, not a single one of those centers can still process at the speed and complexity and multiple things at the same time and still make an emotional, logical, or balanced emotional and logical decision. Because the AI will give an answer, but a lot of times a human will make what seems to be an illogical choice, because humans factor in feelings, factor in how Mr. Saunders and the member from Bordentown West is looking at me right now. I have to factor that in. The AI can't build that in their algorithm. The AI can't build that in their algorithm. But us as humans can. So listen, AI is hugely important. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker and members. Of course we're going to ensure that our teachers and our students get the best possible access. Not only the access is there, but training around how to detect whether AI is being used, ethical use of AI. But human intelligence must be the cornerstone of any education system, and that's what we're looking to build. If solving educational challenges was as simple as listing the problems, Mr. Speaker, problems would have been solved a long time ago. Previous governments would have solved them. Other countries would have solved them. The reality is education reform is the most complex responsibilities entrusted in any ministry or minister. Because guess what? We have to deal with children coming with so many social and emotional deficiencies. We have some who are well supported at home, but still struggle in other areas. We have some that are abused at home. How do we get those children to learn? Picture a boy or girl that's coming from an abusive home. Do we understand that that is still a child that we want to maximize their potential? Do you understand the wraparound service that we have to provision to ensure that we build back trust and confidence in that child so that they can maximize their potential? So education reform isn't simply about listing problems. It is a complex business. There are no magic solutions or shortcuts, and we are going to put the hard work in. I can also say, Mr. Speaker, and so the opposition don't need to move this one as a motion, I am bringing back BEST, Behavior Education Support Teams. For some reason, that approach was thrown out by a prior administration. I left that in place as a foundational way in which we wrapped around services to students to ensure students were cared for in the context of their families, and thought that the MASH system, MASH is for where there's a real child safeguarding issue. That's what MASH is built for. BEST was about supporting every child that was educational at risk. And a child could have been educational at risk purely because of home life. Not that anything criminal was going on. It could be because they have some special or additional education need. And it was how we were taking each child and developing an individual education plan and filling the gaps and wrapping the services around to support those children. Mr. Speaker, we are going to get back to basics. It's about putting in the hard work. It is about planning. We have to invest, but we have to be disciplined and we have to be patient, Mr. Speaker. The work takes commitment to do what works, one rather than what sounds good. Mr. Speaker, that cuts across all of this government's agenda. We have a time in our country where we don't need more slogans. We don't need more political theater. What our country deserves is a government that is going to be disciplined, patient, and stick to the task. We need to have more than a huge catalog. Today reminded me of the old Sears Roebuck catalog. Remember those? A catalog of concerns and no solutions. A catalog of concerns and nothing but solutions. We need to have detailed plans on how we could get there, and we provided that in our SPS. We provided that in the budget, and therefore the government now needs the time to continue to work on the solutions that our people deserve, the outcomes that our people and our students deserve, Mr. Speaker. I can say that we are working on everything possible. When government makes direction, education policy right, generations benefit. Mr. Speaker, when I brought back reception in the last term, do you think it's a surprise now that we're starting to get good high schools? Because high schools aren't just good about pedagogy. You got to have student outcomes that you can measure, and we're starting to see the uptick in results. The investment in early childhood is starting to pay off, but we have to double down because we have to get our children earlier. We've got to get them from the time they're born. Mr. Speaker, we are on the right track. We have to make data-driven decisions. We have to evaluate practices from around the world in all of what we do, recognizing that solutions must be adapted to our local realities and specific to the needs of not only our students in schools, but our entire community and economy. That is what the government is doing. So, Mr. Speaker, for us to now be at this basically in the dawn of our budget, 6 months in, to now have had a referendum on the budget and a referendum on the SPS is completely and wholly unfair to the government and to the listening country as a whole. But I know Caymanians are sensible. I know Caymanians recognize that this government provides the stability that was critically required. Mr. Speaker, let me cover one last thing. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition spoke of this divided House. He spoke of this twice. 2 times he mentioned this divided House. And I know of all the shoo-shooing that happens. And so there's lots of shoo-shooing going on. Now, according to him, it's rife out there on the street. World Cup is on. I have gotten out a little more than I normally do. And I can tell you, I have yet to have one person come talk to me about the government collapsing. But according to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, everybody knows it. Shaky ground. We're together by convenience. Mr. Speaker, in any government, there's going to be disagreements. I don't care if you have a party. I don't care what you have. Mr. Speaker, in fact, sometimes some of us disagree with our own self, much less another person. I mean, heck, you give the Deputy Leader of the Opposition long enough, I think he would have been on the government side by the end of this day. I know he wants to come. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, this House divided, and he specifically referenced the National Conservation Law and planning. There is no hidden secret in this country that this has been a vexing issue for a long time. A vexing issue for a long time. I have my personal position on what changes I think should be made. And certainly I can tell the world that at some point, the cabinet of this country has to be the ultimate arbiter as it relates to things called environmental impact assessments, etc. That's my personal position. Now, I'm not going to leave some government if somebody else in the government doesn't agree with that position. Why? That's a single point. Now, one thing that we have to do is we have to ensure that between the CPA and all of the agencies, we have a framework that allows us to have sensible, continued development. That is critically important. Critically important. And I've said that to the caucus on numerous occasions. Mr. Speaker, I look at life like this. If I can say it in caucus, and it be my truth, and something that I believe in my core, then I should be able to say it publicly to the Cayman Islands public, my constituents, or whoever. That is what governance, openness, accountability, and transparency is about. But, Mr. Speaker, this whole theater today, that there is this big rift, and that we have this shaky house, and that we're out there, all that was meant to do was to cause instability. That was to try to create that feeling that there's some big instability happening on the government end. All I can say is if there's some big instability, well then I've been working too hard because I certainly haven't noticed. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm a worker. Everybody that knows me knows that I pay attention to what's happening in the 2 ministries. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we have as productive a government as this country has seen in a long time. Then, let me address one more. This whole issue around, oh well, the minister responsible for immigration and labor has gone out and apparently we've passed the legislation, but we don't support it. Now, that one boggles my mind. I mean, listen, I have told the world, look at my manifesto and you will see how far I was willing to go when it came to immigration. Now, and that's how give and take is, whether you're in a party or otherwise. Was there 100% of what I wanted in the bill? No. but it is about working together. All of us work together. There was some give, there's some take, and we settled at what we thought was a sensible regime, and it started. We at least started down the road around immigration. But, Mr. Speaker, this whole charade that the government is falling apart and it's the NCC versus the CPA and planning is going to be the be-all and the death knell. All I can tell everybody in our parliament, in our caucus, is that compromise has to be given. I know that much. I know that we have to recognize that there has to be give and take around that, like any other issue that we face. But I believe that we have the right men and women to get the job done. We just have to put our minds to it, and that's that. But, Mr. Speaker, I just would implore you, sir, because you are the Speaker of this House, and I've been very careful about how I opened. But, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that we do need to work with all parties of the House and let us look at how this piece of our system is working. Because I think today is an example that all of us are feeling a little angst around this issue. I don't think there's any separation on us with that. I think all of us would much rather have that system where the government's plans are out there, we accompany it with a throne speech, we robustly debate it, we then get to work, and during that time, motions are going to be filed, questions are going to be filed, and the government is going to be held to account. But once you start to have these interjections, and as I said, he wasn't there, so I'll repeat it. I did say that in all fairness to the opposition, I got how that throne treat that was presented would have felt empty. Because by nature, it actually was. That's just a truth. I mean, we can, and I'm not saying that to besmirch the governor or anyone else. It's just a fact. So we need to now really be able to hone in. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe this government is not built on indecision. It's not built on bureaucracy. We are built on responsible governance. The people closest to challenges are the people who are closest to solutions, and that is us. We are working closely and close to problems. We are collaborating, and we're putting in the genuine effort so that we can ensure that good policy is founded in good research and ensuring that we're giving the space to implement it. I say to members, give the Minister of Housing's plan a chance. We can't kill it, and he's announced it 2 months ago. That's not fair to him. And I agree with the opposition. East-West arterial, critically needed infrastructure in the country so that we can build out the Cayman Islands that we all know that we deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, I just hope that at the end of this, we can make our processes stronger, because in doing so, we're going to make it better for the listening public so that they, Mr. Speaker, they can have the best possible opportunity to really transparently see where everyone in the Parliament stands on the big picture issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Minister for Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker? Can you hear me? Okay. Mr. Speaker, when we first heard the starting off of the Leader of Opposition's throne speech, or debate to the throne speech, it didn't sound too bad. But then we had the member for, no, before we get to the Central Park, we got to go to Red Bay, put his input into it, and said there was a lot of things that we were doing on the infrastructure side, and thanked us, and also talked about a lot of other things that he wanted to see done. Talked about even more, some paving in some of his roads, some more adjustments to his parks, some speed bumps, drainage, the whole works. Then we got to the wannabe leader of the opposition. Come then. And said, now, all we're doing is paving the road pretty and making it look good. And Mr. Speaker, it is rightful for him to say, I'm trying to help you so you can remain in that seat. Mr. Speaker, when we were paving sections of the areas in Georgetown Central, and we needed our work done up through there, that same member, the same one that would call me all the time, remember, I need you to pave this road for me before election come. Remember, I need you to do this for me. Remember, I need you to get this road done for me. But now today, it is just putting and making things look colorful. You want me to do some more now, but you don't want to support the budget too. Nope. Never voted for the budget either. You fight for mine. Be careful now. Be careful now. Well, friends like you, I don't need no more enemies around here. You always say that I'm your friend, but then you get up on every radio and want to beat up the infrastructure. You want to get up here today and beat up the infrastructure.
And do one borrow for East-West.
And the one borrow for East-West, but won't say he support it.
Yeah.
Right? This whole bandwagon about East-West now, either on it or off of it. Stop being on the sidelines. Go on the sidelines, sit down and watch it, because we're going to pay right across here. We're going to pay right across here too. Mr. Speaker, he jumped in to my housing policy and never said one thing good about what the policy, all the 90-odd recommendations in the policy. He just went right across everything that is in it. So clearly, he never opened it. Glossed over the front of it. Never seen nothing. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, the Mortgage Reform Act was the first one that the government decided was the most critical one. We brought it to the Parliament. We delivered it. Mr. Speaker, we then started to work back on the housing policy. Yes, he had agreed. We did start it from the last administration, but we didn't complete it there. There's still a lot of work to do into it. But no, we brought it now, and that he was a part of the last administration and helped with the planning of it, but then come back and just want to rip it up too. Why? Because he is not on that side anymore, on this side anymore. That's all it is. Mr. Speaker, we go down to the home program, as my Minister for Finance rightfully said, ready to go, working on it. Ready to go. We'll have it here for the next sitting of Parliament. We would have it earlier too, if we never had these long breaks. If we could have another Parliament between there, we'd be ready to go. Then, Mr. Speaker, I'm going down the priority list of how we thought. So we went from the mortgage reform, completed, check. Housing policy, completed, check. Home program, ready to go, check. Residency Tenancy Act, checkmate. That coming too. That coming too. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member talk about the plan Cayman. And let me start to check my stuff off, what he talked about. ridicule Plan Cayman. When his friend next to him sat there, could not deliver Plan Cayman. When his opposition, his leader at the time, sat with them, could not deliver Plan Cayman. And when his leader at the time sat with him, could not deliver Plan Cayman. Was there fractions in their group why they couldn't deliver it? Or was there arguments in their group why they could not deliver Plan Cayman? We go back all the way back past from the Honorable KT days, trying to get Plan Cayman up there. They couldn't deliver it. And further, Roller talking about even Linford and all of them now. But I going back just to their side now. They couldn't deliver it. But they want to beat up on the man that is making progress with it. Because you know why? They want this one to stumble so that they can be there to pick up the slack now and run with it. That's what it is. That's what it is. Well, let me tell you, no rock you can put in G. Banks, you know. It have been stalling in 5 years. That will come to this parliament too. You will welcome it, but you're going to pull your hair one less. You got to laugh up on top of it too when it comes here. You're not going to welcome nothing down here. Because you're going to regret that you couldn't bring it and you couldn't deliver it. And none before couldn't do it. But this administration will make sure that it's delivered and bring there. That's what's going to happen. The talk about it went down and had on the meetings. And that was the main topic. Plan Cayman. And all of the meetings that I'm going to talk about, that's the only thing that I could come back into and say that we're not delivered yet. Mr. Speaker, then he went on to say he want to talk about reduce the funding. Oh, I'm not going to get, let me skip over that one for right now. Another member might want to get up and mention that one. So, Speaker, he then went into one other part, talked about this motion that he brought about red line bills. Mr. Speaker, the next bill that I brought to the House was a red line version. The member need to come out of Alice in Wonderland, and that's where he is. He's still living in that fantasy land. When me and him was over here, Sir Alden McLaughlin said that we were living in that Wonderland. But I came out and I left him there. So he need to find his way out now. Find his way out because I brought the red line version to the House what he asked for. I brought my red line version to the House. Did I not bring my red line? I brought mine. I know business about nothing else. I brought my red line version. I got a mic now. You sit down. I didn't disturb you. You don't disturb me. You can go outside, take another cigarette break. Mr. Speaker, then he went into this fancy thing about consolidation of Scranton Park, bringing all of the parcels together. And boy, that is a national importance. Now, we own every piece of land around it now. But yet it's national importance for that to be priority number one over feeding everybody else or doing everything else in this country. But because the member for Georgetown Central want to see Scranton Park on one piece of parcel, that is national importance. To who? To him? That's what it is. But I got to let him know. J. Banks is doing that for you too, sir. I get that done for you too. Since that is a national importance to you, so that you can go back out to the public and campaign and say, you got it done. So, Speaker, he went on and he talked about the fuel duty waiver. So, Speaker, I don't know how many times we've talked about this in caucus. Planning, we see the summer months coming up. The minister made the announcement. Then all of a sudden, I saw this thing come out again from left field. Boy, we got to get ahead of the minister with this. Again, talk about fuel duty. But we're not helping nobody. The minister went out and again tried to take credit. They want to take the credit for the fuel duty waiver now. You see, Mr. Speaker, it's a time when you got to be ruthless. Because you see, if it was me, every one of the motions that they bring, I would not accept not a one of them. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing now. Since they want to say that they're leading the government by motions, I would not accept none of them. But that's just me. That's just me. I can come out and say it. I can come out and say it. Because if I don't give you a red carpet for you to walk on, you don't got nothing to walk on, and you don't got nothing to talk about. No solutions have came from your argument today on nothing. You found every little bit of problem that you left there when we were together, and you say, you know what, boy, I know we were working on this enough. I'm going to get to hit this and bring this out today. Then you want to talk about, you care about the people up there? Let me tell you something, old boy. Don't cross Bordentown, come that direction. Don't come there. Because
Sorry, Mr. Speaker,
you say...
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on parliamentary language, 1 second, Mr. Speaker.
Quote the point of order.
What I must do is stop me from coming anyway in Cayman. Anyone or not, including you.
I didn't interpret him and say he couldn't go anyway. He was probably coming in, I assume, coming in his constituency, right? So I don't think he applied that anyway in Cayman. But that's your interpretation, but that's not a point of order. If you want to fight it under that he was imputing improper motives, but that he wasn't doing that. So that's not a point of order. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it hits, it feels no pain. Hit me with music. Mr. Speaker, they want to say that they're protecting everywhere and talk about the NICE program, wanted to run it all year long. But when I wanted to run the NICE program 3 times a year in the previous administration, I couldn't get support for that. I couldn't get support. Member for Bordentown sitting over there, you can get up and answer it. You know you were there. When I wanted to run the program 3 times a year, I couldn't get the support for it then. But now all of a sudden now, we must come and run the program all year long.
But not only that, lowest level of employment. That opportunity, where people clean up roadsides. I know it came on you. Oh, I cover that next Friday. I forgot that. I'll pick that one up.
Mr. Speaker, they talked.
So what?
Mr. Speaker, tell the member to concentrate on me. I'm the man with the mic today. When the man from West Bay North had the mic, he took out and ran out of the building. Took off, as usual. And I can't blame the member for Georgetown North. He had to leave. He could not sit there and put up with that foolishness next to him. He had to go. It was better for him to go watch the football game during that period of time. Oh, no. You go ahead and get it drafted. And get it notarized while you're at it, too. Go ahead. Call your people and get it notarized. But, Mr. Speaker, they've mentioned all of the red tape that planning is going through, and not one person today, and no motions, brought one thing to say how we got to fix planning. But yet they want to talk about, we're not doing nothing for the housing, we're not doing nothing for that industry. But not one motion today says anything about that. But yet, get up on the soapbox and proudly talk about, this and that, about the red tape. But don't worry, There's those that talk, and there's those that do us. Yes, sir. At least I can count on the twins from Bodtown to come with something tangible. And at least when they speak, something you can agree on. And yeah, we get Georgetown West too. I don't know what she's still doing over there, why she doesn't come over here. So she can be with good people. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned this word la la land up and down. But I wonder if that party must be run gone to now, la la land. You see, it's easy to talk, when you got the mic on. I mean, you feel you got that last lick. They love to do that. Oh, yeah, man. But nobody else can hit me back. Yeah. That hit and run, man. That's the way, man. But you see, I had no intention of speaking on this today, Not one single thing I was going to say. I was just going to leave it for the premier to just do his rebuttal, and that's it. But he went down, too far down into the hole. It's so far down there that we don't got enough rope to even pull him back out to find him. He bragged about 19 motions, and the government only brought 3 bills. No, Mr. Speaker, we get up every single day, go to the building, have to deal with every problem that this Cayman Islands has. And the one thing that they have to do is to file one single motion, come here and debate it. We have to rely on bills, on the drafting team, getting things through cabinet, or good ministries that we work along with to help us get everything done. The member for Bodtown East, West, the 2 twins from Bodtown are the only ones that I see bring a bill to this house. The only ones that put in the work and the effort to say something. I'm not going to bring a motion. I'm going to bring a bill so that I can help the government with their work. But the easiest way for the opposition to say is I can do a motion, and you know what? Give them the work to go do. Give them the work. Make them go do it. Then I get up on the radio the next day and say, I brought motion 19, motion 18, 17 up there. And you know what? I left it for them government officials, for them to do the work now. But I brought it forward because that was the easiest thing for me to do. Mr. Speaker, they talked about traffic congestion, talked about how we need to improve the transportation. And Mr. Speaker, when he was a transport minister, short-lived, but he was a transport minister, ran to Mr. Pannan, the premier at the time, to say, I don't want this no more. Can't deal with it. Give it to somebody else. It's more fitting over there in the infrastructure side. Right? Fine. But then now, after you had the opportunity, you won't come and criticize the person that's still working on it? No. Mr. Speaker, we also talked about how we're going to leverage the government balance sheet to help Caymanians. The Minister of Finance spoke on it. The member for Bodtown West has opened the door and told us great ideas of how we can work on it together. Have not heard anything more, but we are directly working on that, on how we can make that. But has that been a part of their priority? No, has not been a priority. But yet they get up every single minute and say, oh, only thing we're putting money to is the smooth roads to make them look pretty. When each one of them call in NRA every single day and call them and say, they need their road done. Need their road done. Mr. Speaker, you also mentioned about raising fees, and that's all this government did. I want to remind him that when he was the minister of port, he was the one that raised the port fees. You know, he was the one that raised up the fees on the airport. They were good to raise fees then. I wonder who paid for them fees, or who paying for them still? Who paying for the port fees? I guess it might be just the government paying for them. I wonder if that trickle-down effect never go across every border door front, every container that comes out, every piece of grocery that goes in the grocery store, every single thing that comes on. He never thought that was going to get taxed on to there, everything. No, one-sided vision. That's what that was about. You see, Mr. Speaker, no matter how bad you are, you're never useless. Because you can still be used as a bad example. So no matter how bad you are, you can always be used as a bad example. Well, Mr. Speaker, all I heard was a false dream. As Minister from West Bay North said, the castle in the skies. Wizard of Oz, I never watched it, but I do know what it meant to be going down Alice in Wonderland. Because when they added me to that list, when both of us were down in there, at the time, he knows what it's about. He mentioned that brought the motion on the no-wake speed zone, and we did nothing about it. Not one single thing we have done. That was the most important motion to him, and we have done nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, that motion, let me for clarity, the government is overhauling the whole entire Port Authority Act. And that no-wake speeding zone is covered in that act. It's not a piecemeal approach to that one particular act. It's an overarching whole thing that we're looking at, redoing the whole Port Authority Act. And we have covered that in that. Well, sometimes things don't move as fast as I would like it to. I agree. I wish that we could revamp some of these a lot quicker. But with the amount of things and the amount of resources and the stress that the AG Chambers is on trying to keep up with everything that we have in legal drafting, things take time. They do take time. And then we need to make sure that we're prioritizing what is best and to hit the people first. So nobody said that the no-wake zone wasn't being done. I can say today, it is being covered in that act, that Port Authority Act. Mr. Speaker, you see, this is where part I got when I was talking about coming east, When they talk about protecting the traditional boundaries. Mr. Speaker, I drafted the last motion in the previous administration that the minister from Georgetown Central, member for East End, was all apart. I know we tried to get that to the same house and didn't get it to the same house. He knows that that's something that's been desperate that I've been working on. He knows that the Honorable Premier at the time, Ms. Juliana O'Connor-Conley, had given me the permission to say, listen, we need to protect it. We need to look at it. Let us look at bringing it, because you need to make sure that you're protecting the boundaries between East and the North side. The government looked at it, but we took it a little bit further. We protected every traditional boundary throughout the whole island. Everyone. We didn't just say we were looking to the eastern side. But yes, we've passed that. We've passed the motion. And it is for us to make sure that we get that change. But this takes constitutional changes. And that's not just something that you just spring up today and figure you catch the next BA flight and you're up there, and by the time you come back, you can knock on the door and say, yeah, man, it's done. It's easy to talk about it, yeah. AG can give you the update on how that is. I've never been in one of the talks. But from what everybody's telling me, it's not just as easy as you think. But to the member over there, that should have been done a long time. That should have been done a long time. If we were all living in paradise where he lives, it would have been a nice, beautiful world with beautiful sunsets and beautiful sunrise. Something that looks like heaven. Where people starving all over the place. And you know what that is? And then talk about us, we could, what was the word he used with the Scranton Park? We said we could spend what? A gazillion dollars. And I hope a gazillion dollars in the Scranton Park. Now I believe there's a wishing well there, you know. So I leave in tomorrow morning to go look at that wishing well to see what's in that well. Because I wonder because that's where all the seniors are going. But I got to go check it out before we open it. Right? Because you as a project manager never been coming back to me and updating me since you got to the final end. And even though now we talk about all the money, but the project is overrun, over budgeted. We're not get to that part yet. We need to pay the contractors too. Mr. Speaker, I hope you support me to go out and borrow the money to finalize the payments for Scranton Park. And Mr. Finance, sorry to tell you that so live on the floor, but that's another one that's going to be coming, so we're going to have to go figure out how we can borrow financing for that one.
Anything for the member, who George would say.
Okay, you see? Anything for the member now. You see? He so answered to get on this side. Back on this side, man. He wants to get on this side.
You know I like the park.
And he know. And I mean, with all due fairness, sir, we walked across there and we walked over there and looked at that park with the man and made even more promises to him. Promises to him that we would support buying up more structure around that. You know, because we looked at the park and said, boy, this is what we need to do. But yet, we can't deliver on the promises because you want to support the budget for the money. Oh, you went on the throne speech just now and talked about it. Well, you never said that just now. No. Mouth learn talk, eh? I know. Mr. Speaker, all I can tell him, stay tuned. That's smooth roads. We're going to get one going east soon. Smooth roads. I know the twins from Borden down with me. They are not, at least I know from the opposition side, they are with there. So what? I gotta leave. Mr. Speaker, as we look around, the plan, that we hit the topics on the plan Cayman, where we're at, and Speaker, the plan, as the member for West Bay North mentioned about Plan Cayman, one group that he was a part of was 36 amendments, suggestions with, right? 36?
Pages?
36 pages.
And that one, the statement.
Yes. That is just one single group that he was a part of. That didn't even cover all of West Bay. That was just the one part, that was just their one particular group. The committee that has been looking and working on the Plan Cayman has been working on this tirelessly. They know how important it is to the country. They know that we wanted to get there. And Speaker, I've been reliably informed that they would have the statement ready for us for the next statement, for the next Parliament. But you see, I don't want to give the secret out too early because I don't want them to run down to the radio show now and say, yes, because we speak about it now. You see, they bring in Plan Cayman now, right? All of that work. So we've got to be very careful that when we make announcements, it's done. But again, yeah, that's where part of the bug is. Maybe then we got to find us a new caucus room. But Mr. Speaker, he talks about fractions in the government. And you know, I'm starting to believe him a little bit too, you know, because every time I see him, he's on this soapbox about fractions in the government. And I don't pay him no mind. But it's starting to just trickle in, Mr. Speaker, when somebody says something out there more, keep saying it, and keep saying it, it makes people start to think, well, wait a minute, boy, I wonder if he right what he's saying. Does the government have fractions? Well, I can tell him, Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable right where I am. I don't see no fractions on my side. And if he's saying, because he keep harping on his planning and NCC, planning and national conservation, that's bringing the fractions. Well, that must have been from where the previous government was, and maybe and leaving off. So maybe that's where he goes to. Whatever you want to call it, sir. You leave, you take it. Whatever you hear, you believe it. Mr. Speaker, but he keeps throwing it around about, oh, yeah, I hear there's trouble in the camp. I don't know which camp it is, because every time I hear, I keep hearing there's trouble in that camp over there, because one can't decide which one will be the leader. And then when you get one stands up and say on behalf of the opposition, the other one jumps up right behind the next one.
Talk 10 times long.
So,
A different message.
I don't know who is the leader anymore.
Yeah.
It could be one or two. It depends on how the day comes. Maybe tomorrow they might flip. I don't know. Must be a towing cost or something. Heads or tails on how it worked today. But it seems that that's how it's working out down there. But from what I see over here, I see a stable ship. I see a stable ship. Do you think, as the good member here for West Mid North mentioned, say that there's going to be differences, but do you think that I'm going to pack up my bag and run because I can't get my way today, or he can't get his way today? Oh man, you all got to grow up better than that. You got to remember who we're here for. We're here for the people of this country. Not here because somebody couldn't get their way today. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping, boy, we would have been out here today by now, but we can look like it's going to be a long night. A long night, and then you know what? They can get tired, they can pack up and leave, and then they say, no, make them go ahead and do their job. Because that's what they do. But, Mr. Speaker, I think I covered majority of the points that he hit when he spoke about everything when it came from infrastructure to housing and everything else. And we're not delivering enough on homes and getting the people them into their keys and everything else. But I remember when they had one meeting in West Bay. And at the end of the meeting, because I showed up down there just to sit down in the back and never disturb the meeting. Nobody would have known I was there until they mentioned that I was there. At the end of the night, senior member for Georgetown Central said he had written down, I think it was seven initiatives, 7 things that you got to bring back. I think it was 7 things that you said he had written down that night. Or 7? He wrote down 7 things. No, Mr. Speaker, I got there about 30 minutes late, and by the time I left, I had made 32 in my phone that I had to cab off for the government, that I saw things that questions that needed to be answered. And there was their meeting, and he only took down 7 notes. And I made 7 each. And that's on the plate when I want to add it up then. Yeah. But I wrote down 32 things that needed answers to. But yet that's all they could do. I mean, you know what, tell me? They didn't listen to one thing the people had to say. It went through one ear, through the next, and through the next ear until they got to the other one down to the end, and boom, out the door. Not one single thing they took down. But
So it was not a listening tour.
it was not a listening tour. It was not a listening tour. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I am going to do one tour. Mr. Speaker, I know you, I'm wrapping it up right now. Mr. Speaker, I am going to start my tour shortly. And I'm going to call mine face to face with the people. Yeah. Right? And we're going to start coming. So we'll be out there too. So not only will we be getting the people's work done, but we're going to go on that campaign trail out there too, face to face, to hear what they got to say. Because you know why? When you face the people, that's the real scorecard. That's what I like to hear. I like to go out and face them to see what they got to say. So face the people. This is not no listening tour. No listening tour. Up close and personal. You hear the member for Savannah? Or Newlands it is? Newlands. Up close and personal. That's where it is. Mr. Speaker, I know we were supposed to take lunchtime or dinner now, whatever this is supposed to be, but I don't know what they got wrong about there, but and Mr. Panel says nothing wrong about it, so we can continue on with business then. But Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity there to be able to just clarify some misleading information, which I would not want this Parliament to be misleading or the people in any direction, sir.
The Parliament is suspended until 7 p.m.